I signed up to speak.
Mike.
Welcome, everybody. We've been waiting on you. The real question is, did you have traffic when you reached Smithville, Texas? Jennifer, are we hooked up? Okay, we're going to begin. Notice is hereby given pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, that the city of Smithville, Texas will conduct a special called council meeting on July 30th, 2026 at 5 p.m. in the council chambers of City Hall, 317 Main Street, Smithville, Texas. I call this meeting to order. The first item on our agenda is discussion and possible action on the acceptance of Council Dunham's resignation if appointed interim city manager. Do we have anybody signed up to speak?
We do have two people. Lee Kilgore is first.
Good evening. It's 5 o'clock. I think we can say that, or good cocktail hour. Don't know. Thank you, city mayor and council members. I wanted to bring to attention from the meeting we had, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, about hiring processes. And I emailed all of you with a link, actually a downloaded document to help in the process for review of city manager and filling those roles. And I just wanted to bring that forward again to you guys. The various resources that are available. Texas Municipal League can offer advice on how to approach the recruitment process. They have a section on their website where advertisements can be placed for position openings at no cost to member cities. Texas City Management Association. This also has position openings, listings, and list experienced managers who are already in transition. So a wealth of information for you guys. Their members and staff can be a source of assistance and suggestions when identifying potential candidates, conducting background checks, and arranging interviews. And then executive recruitment firms also available through the Texas City Management Association. The document that I gave you has a list of interview criteria. It allows you to already identify ranking so that you could use it during every single one of your interview processes, and then a timetable of what you could expect for a 12-week period for reviewing. This is in no way meant to be, y'all should do this, but as a resource, because we're absolutely in a new phase of city management leadership, and you've already got resources here, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I appreciate you taking the time to send us that.
Next, I have John Chapman.
Welcome, Mr. Chapman.
Apologize. Good evening. My name is John Chapman, and I'm a Smithville resident. Thank you for giving me the time here to speak. I know staff and council have a lot on their plate right now with the end of the fiscal year, working on the budget process without a city manager, so I'll keep this brief. Given the vacancy in the city manager position and who may be acting in that capacity at the moment, I have a couple questions about the Chapter 380 SJ2 development agreement that I'd like to get answered on the record. First, what does the actual contract language say about which taxes are to be reimbursed to the developer? Reporting has indicated that the reimbursements to the developer in the agreement may not be limited to city portion only, despite being despite that being what was presented to council back in 2021. Second, is the developer entitled to reimbursement for taxes on homes that haven't been sold, but have instead been leased out by the developer post-construction? Until those two questions are answered, I'd ask the council to direct staff to hold any reimbursement payments to the developer for 2023 through 2025. Nothing in the agreement penalizes the city for taking the time to get this right upon getting proper advice from the city attorney. I've got a written statement with additional detail and questions, which I'd ask be entered into the record in full. I'm also requesting a future agenda item for a staff report on this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I put this in the record?
Thank you. Anyone else signed up to speak? Okay. Discussion and possible action on acceptance of Council Dunham's resignation if appointed interim city manager. There'll be no action taken. Discussion and action on authorizing expenditures from tax note for ordinance 2025697. Does anyone have anything? No action taken. Discussion and action on certificate of additional sales and use tax to paid debt services. Cynthia, I believe this is you. I don't think you're on.
I'm not on yet. Sorry, that it is a form that we have to present each year to y'all. Basically, if you look, it's the amount is zero. So basically, we just have to have that on record and have it certified by y'all before Ellen can actually certify the rates and stuff, the property tax rates.
Do we need an action for it?
Yeah,
or-
you just need to
Okay, go ahead.
say that you accept my number as zero.
I make a motion that we accept the certification of additional sales and use tax to pay debt service.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Washington?
Yes.
Dunham?
Yes.
Jenkins?
Yes.
Griffin? Yes. Tovar.
Yes.
Discussion and action on a resolution by the City Council of the City of Smithville, Texas, authorizing and approving publication of notice of intent to issue certificates of obligation. Welcome, Andrew.
Good evening. Andrew Friedman with Samco Capital Markets, financial advisor to the city. This is Jack McCliney, one of my partners at Samco, handing out a timetable of events for the issuance of certificates of obligation. This timetable outlines the steps necessary from today all the way through the closing of certificates of obligation that we have to take. The action item before you this evening is approval of a notice of intention resolution. And upon that approval, that notice of intention to issue debt would be posted on your website and in your paper of record for 2 consecutive weeks. After at least 46 days pass, the council can then consider the actual sale of certificates of obligation. So this action before you tonight isn't selling the certificates, it's starting the legal process eventually to do so. According to this timetable, we would be back at your meeting on September 28th to approve the sale of those COs. So at that September 28th meeting, we would have the final interest rates received from a competitive bid process, the final debt service, for you all to approve at that time. Assuming that the council approves the sale on September 28th, you could expect funds delivered on October 28th, $4 million wired to the city. The notice of intention states that you're moving forward to borrow an amount not to exceed $4 million. We can, over the course of the next 2 months, decide to sell less than $4 million. We can't sell more than that. And the use of the funds would be for improvements to the utility system and improvements to streets and ancillary drainage around town. This is for predominantly water and electric meter replacements. And then a couple
There's-
of airport projects.
Yeah, that's the part. There's a portion. Is it having to be sold separately because it's for the airport? I know you had mentioned something along those lines in the last meeting.
No, it's included within this. We ran that through your bond attorneys and through tax counsel. That they are general improvements to the airport. If we were talking about building hangars for leasing to businesses or other folks, that would create a tax exempt issue where we would have to sell them separately. But the projects that we're talking about are I think it was the weather monitoring system, AWAS, and taxiway improvements, both of which qualify for tax exempt financing. So that's included within this certificate of obligation.
A question I have on that, because my understanding for the airport's desire, and I can't remember if I brought this up in the meeting that we discussed this in, but the original grant is a 80 or 90%, I believe it's 80% grant match, 90. So we're going to be paying forward 100% of the money, receiving 90% of it back. At that point, there seems to be desire to reinvest that received money back as potential hangar investment. Are we still in compliance if we do that?
Yes, so long as the original money borrowed was for the projects we've discussed, the money that the airport then gets back from that grant, you might run it by your city attorney. I'm not an attorney. To make sure that that's fine. But yeah, I think that would be an acceptable use of those funds. If it's airport money, it can be spent towards airport projects.
Okay. And also I'd like to see potentially that the timing of the money is really tight right now for the whole city, but potentially, Sandy, the timing of the two projects, if we could potentially get it in one lump sum of like the 300 instead of 3 + 2. If it's not going to work that way, then I understand and we can move forward. I believe we can move forward. But yeah, that's kind of my only concern with the airport.
Well, we had talked about how this would affect for the meters and stuff on the utility. And we had talked about loading it so it was less at the front. Are we still moving forward with that action?
Yes, we can. So the structure that we move forward with, how quickly we repay principal versus maybe deferring it so we grow into those payments. We can certainly still work toward that. And I think that just requires some more discussion with Cynthia, with you all after this action to come up with, exactly what that should look like. So you can structure the surcharge or however we're going to generate the revenue to pay for this, how that needs to look.
Perfect. And I know the previous city manager had worked with the LCRA, and I believe that work is still continuing to move forward to potentially find other pathways of procuring the meters that are going to be less expensive.
Yeah, we're hoping they're less expensive. We have like 4 bids. It looks like we're going to have 4, maybe 5 bids to look at. So it may be potentially less money to borrow for all of it.
That'd be good to know. And we'd want to know that at a minimum 1 week before we sell the certificates. So yeah, if we can find that out by, September 21st at the latest, what that amount would be. What do you expect to get all of the bids?
I think they'll be in before probably
Mid-August?
the end of October, I would say.
For the end
Not
of
October, August. I said October. Sorry, wrong.
Making you nervous there.
We are different avenues we're exploring, but a bid should be in the end of August. And then we'll have better direction of how much money we have to spend.
Okay.
Question on this, and I don't know if this is for you or for Cynthia, but this is not a debt that is being issued against our property tax. So do we have to have it in this fiscal year or in this fiscal decision?
So certificates of obligation. So the short answer is no, this will not be repaid from property taxes. It'll be repaid from utility system revenues and airport revenues for the airport's portion of this loan. Certificates of obligation, in order to get the lowest interest rate possible, the city pledges ad valorem taxes, which is essentially the full faith and credit of the city, and utility system revenues in repayment. The reality of that is we can choose which revenues we use. And so as you all are working through the budget right now and adopting a tax rate, we will not be considering any of the debt service related to this certificate of obligation into your calculations for property taxes, because we're not using property taxes to repay this certificate of obligation.
Perfect.
Thank you for explaining that, though.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Donya, do you have a?
Oh, no,
I was just saying thank you for that explanation.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve a resolution by the City Council of the City of Smithville, Texas, authorizing and approving publication of notice of intention to issue certificates of obligation.
Second.
A motion's been made in second. Washington?
Yes.
Dunham?
Yes.
Jenkins?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Tovar.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Next item is presentation from intern city manager, staff. Well, at this point, we don't have an intern, so we're gonna go on to the staff. And our first one out of the box is Jennifer. Thank you. The first one is Department 100. Jennifer will be going over that department. There's a head count of 4. The annual spending is $531,000. The locations here at City Hall. The functions are elections, HR, IT, legal, permits, P&Z, council, website, general clerk, office equipment. They do a lot with office equipment. Supplies, professional services, insurance, bonds, database expenses, printing, reproduction, special projects, water report, ADA compliance officer, public information officer, public information request, work orders, cash handling, PSA, 911 addressing, and cross-training.
I also have
Thank
some
you.
fun facts up there. Like,
You have fun facts too?
yeah, well, like permits, everything's increased. Permits, open records, planning and zoning, that one's gone down a little bit, but we're growing. Everything's, we're getting more, open records requests. We got like we're at like 106% increase just on those. But, that's pretty much, I mean, that's not all of that we do. We're cross-trained. We know, if we can help out with all of the departments. But, and it's kind of a weird situation where, I'm not sure what we're presenting tonight, but I did want to kind of, read a little statement that I've got going for my department and for the accounting clerks. I'm over Department 100, 610, 120, and 175. And then I also want to speak on behalf of the accounting clerks. The city is growing rapidly, as you can see in my charts, that our administrative workload has increased across all of the departments. My team is cross-trained and regularly works across multiple departments to keep city operations running smoothly. The past year, we've had multiple operational changes and challenges. We've gone through a system conversion, which is our software for billing and payroll. And that's why I'm including the accounting clerks too as well, because it's a team. We're a team up here. We're handling frictions. We've handled frictions due to our major trash service transition. And I know that y'all probably have heard some of those, but the ladies up front have really gotten a lot of, yeah. Billing complexities because of our AMI meter failures. The billing process, and I'll go into that I'll go into more into that when I get to Department 610. But we've also had to deal with fire department opt-out fees, the credit card transition fees, where we're charging the pass-through, and they get the brunt of all of that. We've absorbing a major AMI meter failure, which forces our staff into highly manual meter reads, data entries to ensure accurate billing. Tracia has overseen a cemetery platform upgrade, while all of them maintaining daily tasks. Like I said earlier, the open records request has increased 106%. Again, on top of our daily tasks, accounting, some of our accounting clerks, they're the only ones that can pull some of the data. Just today, one of them was pulled off for 2 hours. We're not complaining, we're not saying, we're just saying our workload is big and we're getting it done. In addition to these daily operation hurdles, the city has lost 2 city managers, an economic development director, grant writer, and community engagement coordinator. 3 of these key leadership positions remain unfilled. Without complaint, my team has stepped up and absorbed duties to ensure no disruption to citizens. We do this work asking for extra. We did this work without asking for extra compensation because we have always been dedicated to getting the job done. My ask for the hourly employees of my team is at least a 3% merit increase. This would be on top of the COLA that would be suggested, and I don't know if that's suggested or not. We may not get a COLA at all. I don't know. I haven't heard those conversations. And this request would be just for hourly employees, not salary management, and not the newly hired positions. I want to emphasize that I am not trying to take away from any other department. I know every city employee works incredibly hard, but City Hall has faced unmatched challenges this year, and these 8 individuals have been the backbone holding it together. They have earned this investment, and thank you for your time.
Why don't you just say, thank you. Those are all very good points. I'm sorry.
I need to ask one question.
Yeah.
About the open records request. Do you feel like, and I'm asking this because I don't know, we really need to know, is this taking one person full-time all the time to do the open records request?
So it's complicated because the information, like we're getting the requests, but the information comes from multiple departments. So just like I said, accounting has to do it. I don't want to speak out of turn, but accounting needs help. They need headcount. We need headcount, like we need people, but we're asked for cuts. Yes, no, it wouldn't be a full-time only open records clerk. They would do other things
Yeah.
along with,
So
like open records.
You need a general clerk is what you're
Yes.
looking for. One for the front and one for Cynthia?
I would need one, or I would want Cynthia to get hers before I would get. a
Yeah,
general.
even if we could get just one to be up here to help us all out, because like I said, between the conversion and everything, and I second everything she said, between everything that's going on, we can't get, I had my AP clerk today. It took her 2 hours to do one open records request, which was 2 hours that she couldn't help me do budget. I'm staying here till late at night trying to do budget because we get these requests, these day-to-day things that have to be taken care of. And there's just not enough hours in the day for us to get them done anymore. And I'm having my employees are basically running overtime because they're doing open records requests. They don't come in all the time, but I know she's had some, but we have some that sometimes I had one, it just depends on the records. They can take 2 hours, can take half a day,
And the thing is they're not one way.
And
What's that?
it's hard to say, you don't want to dedicate it just to that. And it's hard because certain records requests have to come to us because only certain people have access to payroll. We get records requests all the time for payroll stuff. So you can't just go and give that to anybody. Only certain ones of us have that access. So
So
having
the
a person that could do
G is very strict on what we can charge, and it's not much. It's not. No.
I mean, I don't think we should make money from it, but from what I understand, it's,
Can you come speak
Yeah.
to the mic? No.
I want you to do all your departments at one time. So instead of hopping
Okay,
back.
yeah.
Because they all blend together.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, as far as charge, every request is going to be different. I have come to y'all before in front of you and asked you, read that handbook. It's about that thick. Tell you everything you want to know about Texas Attorney General and all the rules that go along with it. I am not a lawyer. I do not have a law degree. I give it my all. And if I can recover some of the labor, that's what I'm going to do. But my job is to reproduce the records. It's not a money-making thing. So you're not going to see a whole lot of revenue coming from that. We pass on a lot of records requests because if it only takes 15 minutes or only takes 30 minutes, we're not nickel and diming, I guess you can say. But yes, if I'm aware that it's going to take them, and that's something us as a team too, we're all learning, where I'm more versed in it. But some of these ladies are just now being introduced to the volume that's coming in, and they did not realize that, you know what I mean? Like they don't,
The time
the
consuming.
time consume, yes.
Time
And
consuming.
you think, oh, I can get that done. And then it turns into, you know, a big thing. So we are a team. We work together. We're giving it our all. And is it a full-time thing? Every day, all day? No, but some days that's all I do. And it's, you tell me, do I do what the Texas Attorney General does and follow his timelines? Do I follow the P and Z timelines and make sure all notifications are out? Do I make sure 911 is, you know, addressed? So if an emergency vehicle is needed, where's the priority? You got one of me. It's a whole team, but we're crying for help, been crying for help. This is not the first time I've asked for it. So if you want to know more about open records, find me. Okay, bye.
Well,
Can I have a
have some
question.
more questions too, when you're running away.
This is, my question is more related to how many hours of overtime are y'all working on average?
Oh, well, you might look, I mean, from my department, I'd really try to make it, let them flex, because we don't have a lot of budgeted in my departments. But I mean,
I mean, as far as here, we try not to do the overtime because we know it's not budgeted, but this is where it's becoming a problem now. Because like I said, Tiffany is getting a little bit of overtime because she's trying to deal with payroll conversion, but yet today she had to stop for 2 hours and do an open records request. She's at her max. She tries to flex out and leave. But just like me, I'm up here till all hours of the night trying to get budget done. And I'll be honest, if I get the day-to-day stuff done, I'm not getting to work on budget till 5, 6 o'clock at night. And I can't continue to do that. I'm going to go crazy if I do. But, you know, right now we're not doing the overtime. You know, there are some hours, you know, some of the girls in my department are getting a little bit of overtime, more because we were also doing the conversion. Thank the Lord, we went live. So we're kind of on the downhill side of that, but we're still learning that system. So if we have issues, she's dealing with those. But like I said, we work to try to not have the overtime, but it's getting to the point where if we need all that done, you're either going to have to pay overtime or hire another person that can help all around.
Well, and I think that goes back to my questions about FOIA is, I mean, the reality is we legally have to comply with them. And there's no way that,
there's no way to.
No, there's no way around it. Yeah.
and so,
And
but my question around it, and I'm not hearing the answer fully, is we're at a point where y'all are saying, hey, these FOIA requests are becoming burdensome enough that we need to consider hiring someone. And that's not a critique on open records. That's just a reality that there's enough interest and desire to find this information that we need more employees. But if we're not properly charging for the FOIAs as well too,
No, we're properly charging. Yes, we are properly charging.
it sounded like there's some that aren't being charged. And so I just want,
They aren't being charged. This is also, I wish you would come to me and like have a sit down conversation and we could talk.
I mean, this is the first I'm hearing
No,
about it. and I
I
can
know, but
definitely do that.
I've been here a long time. So, and I've been crying for it for a long time. If somebody, I mean, I've got some here today. I mean, it might be 13 pages. That's $1.30.
You're not
You're
not
not
making
going
them-
to.
And that's staff time is included in there?
So there's been ones like that were for the airport and they were $50. I mean, it's not.
If they want it electronically, you give it to them for free.
Mhm.
If-
So the one that's requiring 2 hours of
So-
accounting time. how-
Yeah, so like today, what we should have, I guess, done, and that's on ours, we're learning that she can charge a rate per hour for staff time, right?
Yeah, for recovery.
And,
labor.
but we have to kind of tell it up front. Well, sometimes you don't necessarily know how long it's going to take. We're now just learning that, hey, well, and we've never charged in the past, but now they're getting so, some of them are getting so cumbersome that we really do need to charge not only the paper fee per page,
But we need to charge the
We
labor,
we
but
have
what is
always
the labor?
charged.
We have
Yeah.
always
Maybe not
charged, not necessarily like, well, it took me 2 hours. Well, you told me after the fact, we have to give them an estimated cost if it's gonna
We
be
need to-
over $40. If it's gonna be over $40, it's a
Give
whole
them a chance
process.
to, give them a chance to, narrow it down,
Yeah.
to knock it down. I mean, it's not, my goal is to get them the records, and I'm gonna be very honest with you, the focus isn't always on the, you know what I mean? Like, it's getting the records. And yes, if it is very time consuming, and like I said, there's ones out here that you could talk to. I mean, and I have that conversation. I say, hey, these are the estimated charges. How can I help you get it lower? Are you good with it? Do you want to move forward? You know, whatever the case might be. So.
No, I just think if we're at this critical point, then, I mean, it sounds like we're starting to firm up the processes around that, but I think that
Well,
that's.
think too, you've got two of us up there, and if, you know, say, for example, I'm focusing on the public records or trying to fulfill it, you know, and say Miss Tracia is, and, you know, with someone at the court window, the phones don't stop, the window doesn't stop, the public doesn't stop,
Mhm.
and the amount of times we have to stop and what we're doing. So yeah, it might have taken me 5 hours to do it, but it's because I was being pulled 8 different directions on top of covering somebody who went to lunch and utilities or whatever the case
Yeah.
might be. So yes.
And you have to give out, you have to tell them ahead of time, and the amount of time you're telling somebody this is what you've got may not be accurate.
Yeah, it's a
'Cause it may
guess.
take you a lot more, and you can't recover that. You have to give it up to them up front, so.
Yep. No, I mean, I come from an industry and I'm still in an industry where I bill by the hour. And so I completely understand the predicament you're in. And that's where I am kind of just trying to understand exactly what the issue is and
And not all of the.
making sure that we're getting as much money as we should be.
49, because I think I got 2 today. So, you know, some of them may be something as simple as just wanting permits that were pulled in 19, who knows when, or they want a copy of the signed minute, you know, something along those lines. They're not all cumbersome.
Yeah.
But when they are cumbersome, it's very I'm on a time clock. And I know y'all have met me, I'm by the book, and you know what I mean? If the rule says that's what we got to do, that's what I'm going to go by. So, and I'm, you know, giving it my all. So.
No, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're gonna go on to your next one. Thank you, Tracy. Your
No,
next,
I am over, Department 120, but that's also Anna, and she's not here yet.
number 120.
And then, but we'll just go, we're gonna skip on to Department 175, which is the code and enforcement code compliance position or department. That one we have kind of restructured just recently because we've put code enforcement with David Repka with the PD. We think that would be more aligned as far as if the person needs you know, because they work hand in hand with the cars on city property or on, I'm sorry, in the right of way or on private property. And if there's an angry person that you need to go tell them they need to clean up their yard or whatever, it's just easier to have them have an officer, you know, be able to go with them if they needed it. But we just kind of just recently did that. So, and David has hired David has hired that position. She goes into training August 3rd, next week, right?
So that's your code compliance.
That's the code of, yes, and then she will get certified and she'll be able to get on the job. So, and well, it'll probably take a couple weeks after.
You say head count is 2.
2 full-time, 1 part-time, because we also have recently hired Sean Hernandez as the building official
Gotcha.
and plan reviewer. And we still have Jack Page on as part-time as needed for the fire marshal and floodplain administrator. We also are using a third party.
Yes.
we-
Thank you for defining that.
Yeah, we're using a third party for commercial plan review and for some inspections and as a backup for if Sean has to go on vacation or he's out sick or, you know, so we're just keeping that third party as a backup. They've always kind of been there in the background, but more for commercial review. But we also have an actual guy coming in, boots on the ground, third party inspector.
Okay,
and
and
it's working really well.
he's doing the plumbing inspection. right?
Plumbing.
So we're.
Yes, so we're in compliance. Yes, yes.
So just a question, I guess more for accounting reasons, but to understand Danielle's position, her supervisor has moved over to Chief Rucka.
Correct.
Correct? And so is it for the rest of this fiscal year, she's going to live in Department 175 and then move over?
It's gonna be easier to keep it in 175. It's not gonna be in a 110 PD. It's kind of like the animal control is 115. It's not in PD. We just thought it would be easier as far as accounting to not create another department, all other GL codes and everything. Me and David work well together. We can figure out the budgets
Internally.
internally, yeah. I don't want to speak all for David though. Okay, you're good. Okay.
Do you disagree, David?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, what's your next department?
The next department is probably my 610. Yes, utilities. So, talking about this, notice of intent for, this C of O. It's mainly for our metering system that has failed, or is failing. And I just want to, give you some highlights on what the ladies deal with every month, and they've been dealing with it. She says, and this is directly from one of my utility ladies, implementing the new electric metering system is essential to improve the accuracy, reliability, and efficiency of energy measurement across our city. Our current metering system has limitations that lead to inaccurate reads, delayed data collection, and reduced visibility into actual electricity consumption. And she is just talking about electric, but with the notice of intent, we would like to do both, electric and water. Retrofits, replacements, we're still working those out and getting quotes. We need a system that provides more than one handheld machine, which is what we have right now, and it's old and we cannot replace it. We do not have a replacement for that. In February, they will not have any device and all readings will have to be pen and paper. We need a new system so we have a daily history of readings, not just monthly readings. And that would be good for the customers too, because we'll have a portal that they can see their electric and water usage, and at this time we don't. The beginning billing, we have to download the read allocations file, and that gives us the number of errors and warnings. Errors to be corrected, we cannot run billing unless these are all corrected. Usually they have about 400 to 500 errors each month. They have to go into each individual account to fix those errors. It's very time consuming. They start like on the 15th to bill for the end of the month. Like it takes that long. These reads usually have failed to come over to the billing system, or they have to manually go to Mueller and type in the reading and then type into Tyler the manual read. This is very time consuming. They had 449 errors in July. They had 2,021 errors warnings in July. These usually include abnormalities in usage, zero consumption from last month, or any other erroneous readings. In May, they had 407 errors and 1,532 warnings. This is extremely time consuming, and with the AMI system, a lot of this would reduce those issues. Cynthia Richardson is our meter reader. She read 810 manual reads in July. She read 1,062 manual reads in June, and in May, 2,191 in May. So, I mean, she's manually going out there and reading these reads in the heat of the summer. It's not efficient. You want efficiencies, this is not efficient. A new metering system would ensure accurate readings when meters fail. They have to estimate, and that goes on both electric and water readings. And then, yeah, and like she's saying that these are readings no matter what the weather, rain, shine, freezing, heat. And it's we need it. This is, and then also too, whenever we do get an AMI system and the readings are coming over correctly, people that have never had a correct billing are gonna get a correct billing. It's gonna cause, a little uproar, and you're gonna have to we're gonna have to explain it. Well, I'm sorry, it wasn't reading before and you were billed bare minimum. So now it's reading correctly and you're getting charged for what's going through the meter. I think it's a lot of lost revenue too.
There's,
I mean, I know it's a lot of lost revenue.
It is.
so this is the first that I'm hearing that I know there's degradation with water meters, but as far as the water meters, this is the first that I've heard that everything that I've heard up to this point has been that the electric system is what is.
The electric
Failing.
system is the one that's failing and not supported, but the water meters are through Mueller. There's still errors. There's still things that are not coming over with the water meters. Yes, I mean, it's both.
Are those under warranty, or there's even the software support system? Because I know we had gotten to Tambo when he was city manager. Even showed me at that time we had a water portal for that, and so I'm just trying to there's been a lot of
Yeah.
change. I just want to make sure we're
Okay, so the water portal, we have not, that was a bill that was gonna be $21,000 from Mueller to keep that water portal, and it's not if the meters aren't per year.
okay.
It's per year. It's just for water. It's not electric.
Yeah.
And when we did our Tyler conversion, we would have to, go back and get the Tyler conversion to read into the Water Smart meter or software or platform. And at $21,000, I just didn't think that was good to spend, and it wasn't going to be accurate because sometimes those water meter readings don't come over accurately. It said it's just water, not electric. So I felt like it was very expensive. And we would have had to pay extra to get that conversion to talk from Tyler to.
$2 per account or whatever it is.
No, that's, I think, something different. I think that was $2. Was that talked about in that meeting with
Yeah, I think
I think that was the data that they were going to be reading manually, that Amoresco was going to be reading manually. And correct me if I'm wrong, that it would be about $2 to get that transferred into that data into the Tyler system, not the Water Smart system.
Okay.
Tyler actually has a system that if we had working meters that the data came over correctly, we could almost go through Tyler.
So the 21,000, and I just want to ask this question because we're also talking about hiring potentially another employee. If we were to spend that 21,000, would it solve 70% or 80% of the water meter issues we have?
No, that is just for your data. That is just so a customer can log in and see what their usage is. That's,
I thought it, okay.
no,
I was misunderstanding.
no. Water Smart is just for the customer portal for the data of their waters
Okay.
usage.
Yes, as we go forward, we're looking for a company that's compatible with Tyler, our already integrated system that we have. And so as Edward and Jennifer, and we go out to find a compatible system, we want it to be compatible with what we've already have. So that way it can all read together and be more efficient.
So I know that we're looking at just using and doing the and the water meters, getting a plug to connect up electronically so we can do this and using the regulars. But from what I understand, and I'll ask this of Edward, the meters that we have now are not accurate they're just not accurate, okay, because they are mechanical, they are not optical. And new meters will be optical and give us an actual good reading of how much water is being used. Is that correct?
Honestly, it depends on the route we decide to go, money wise. If we want to do all the electrical and change out the water meters, we actually just changed the bases out probably three and a half years ago or whatever, when we didn't have the deal. So we're guessing until we actually get somebody to come in and actually front and look at it. But the bases are actually good to go. They're brass. They're not plastic no more. They're ready to rock. So all we really need to do is just take the mechanism off the top, the reader that plugs into the NICOR, unplug, new company come in, this compatible with it, plug in and plug into theirs. It'll read right off our meters and use through the new software,
I remember.
which will save us a lot of money that way without having to change out. Now, if we want to go and do where it's, no mechanism inside and it's all supersonic or whatever and stuff, definitely we can do that too. We can change the whole meter base out and the whole electronics to it and everything. It's just going to be more money.
Well, we're trying to, not spend as much money. I just
Right.
want to make sure
Correct.
we are.
Correct. And we're going to end up we're going to get different bids every which way or whatever, so we can all sit down. But to answer your question right now, the bodies of the meters are in good shape.
I had forgotten about them changing those. I remember.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So that's why we're actually looking for a company or whatever to this compatible with our bases. That way we don't have to change them out. No reason to right this second.
And I'd also heard at some point that the Mueller system is still stable enough on the water side, not the
So
electric,
again, and
that we
I'm going to answer to
the transition.
my side of it. The meters are working perfectly and fine and they're going through and I'm guessing they're getting their accurate they're getting readings on the actual base. Now to the software, that's Jennifer's side and her people would have to explain to that more. Is it coming over? Are they having the misreads? Are they having the alarms? She's saying, yes, I don't know on that side, but when we go and check, we're getting proper flow rate. Proper bodies are good, everything's working and the meter's actually working. So
Okay. I think
That
that right
side
there
is good.
explains
I feel
the
like it's
difference of what I've heard.
correct,
Okay.
correct. Yep.
Thank you for giving an explanation. Do you have another department?
Just 120, but I'll wait for Anna.
Okay.
I do have a quick question. So with your girls and the merit and the COLA, if we can't do something like that, because obviously we're gonna try really hard, but it's gonna be tight. And I don't know if this is even something we could do, but could we look into an overtime budget line and kind of to compensate if we can't do those things so that there is some type of incentive to stay and help and not feel like you're being taken advantage of? Just maybe think about it and put it and look at numbers, and then we don't have to be committed to it going on to a salary. It could roll over if not, but just a thought.
I would just think that work-life balance would, they're going to be here more hours. They're going to get compensated that way, but they want to be home with their families too.
I see that for sure. Just kind of throwing that out.
No,
there.
and if that's all we get, that's all we get and we'll take it. But
And the utility girls have come in and worked and done overtime when they've needed to get billing out or to whatever. They have come up here on Saturdays
Mhm.
when our billing needs to go out and it needs to go out by Monday. They have come up here on Saturdays and given their time and they get compensated.
Yes.
for it. So we do pay them the overtime. If we have to have a job get done because the billing has to go out, somebody's going to work the overtime if it has to be done.
And thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, they've even done it on a holiday.
I mean, we've done it, to do the overtime, and they know that if they can't get it done during their normal work hours, they've given up their Saturdays to come up here and do it.
They have many times, especially on a holiday. I forgot about that one. Okay, thank you. Oh, Cynthia, you're up. The Finances Department 105, she has 3 people. Her annual spend is 83,000. She's located here at City Hall. Functions are budget audit, single audit, financial reports, general ledger, cash management for all departments, ERP, accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, employee benefits, annual quarterly reporting, W-2s, 1099s, 1095s, Form 41, everything that goes with annual quarterly reporting, grant management, fixed assets inventory, property liability, and workers' compensation insurance. And so Cynthia, anything else you need to add? I don't think you're on.
I second most of what Jennifer said a while ago, the current issues. And the one other thing that y'all probably, I don't know if you see the future needs. I'm giving you warning that I am getting ready to retire. I am probably not going to be here that. So that needs to be a consideration going forward as far as additional staff, because someone needs to come in and I don't want to just up here one day and gone the next.
You need to teach
So I
someone your
wanted to
skill.
give you warning. I've been thinking about it for several years now. I've had 22 years in. I want to spend time with my grandbabies.
Thank you for
So-
letting us know.
I guess a couple questions with that is, do you have anyone on your staff that you've currently identified as a possibility, or do we
So,
need to?
so
do
I
that
do have 2 girls, but it depends on the qualifications you're looking for. Neither one of them have a college degree or anything, nothing against them. They all can do their jobs that they're currently doing now. Not to mention, I don't know if they'd even want my job, but depending on how qualified you would want somebody, because a lot of what I do, some of the reporting and the things, unless you've had that schooling and they can help me out. But you might want to go the route of actually finding somebody that would actually have that. Because me to try to train, not that I couldn't train somebody, but it might take longer to do that. I don't, it's kind of if they would want to put their name in the hat, do they want to do it? Or do you want us to go out and look for somebody and, get somebody on staff? I mean, that's what we did when Brenda left and Jennifer took over. There was a time to do it. I'm not
Perfect.
saying when I'm going to do it. I'm throwing it out
It's
there
something- yeah,
that
but it's something we
more
need to
more than
consider.
likely, this might be my last budget year. So
So I guess,
putting it out there for y'all to make that a consideration when we're asking for extra staff. It's not just, yes, we need help, but it would also give me time
Yeah.
for us to get into that transition period of somebody coming in. However y'all want to, like I said, if you want to go out, or if you want to ask the people that are under me, or, who wants to throw their name in the hat to potentially do that
Yeah.
job.
I think that makes sense. My other question, I know we've had to budget a few or find some, as employees are departing, their payout and everything like that, I don't believe is fully budgeted. Is
If-
my understanding. I may be
If they're
misspeaking.
unexpected, they're not budgeted.
Yeah.
So
So
like
that's my question
So,
is,
so
are
when I
you
did budget last
budgeting
year,
yours?
well, I need to decide when.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm throwing it out there tonight that it's coming. I need to really say when,
Yeah.
because yes, it will have an effect. And usually when I do budget in past, I ask all department heads, hey, do you have anybody that's potentially going to retire that has enough hours? And then we estimate what their payout would be. So last year, I think I had one person. That person didn't retire, but I had somebody else that retired.
Yeah.
So you never know. They may say they're going to retire and then they end up staying.
Yeah.
But I do our best to figure out who's going to, if it's unexpected, they're here one day and gone the next. I can't control that.
Absolutely.
But
And I don't
like
think you
this would
should
be
be able
one
to.
that I would know. So I would need to kind of come up with, this is when I plan on my end date. So you could budget for me through that time period. And then you would have the new person and at what rate you would want that person to come in.
Perfect.
Kind
I
of thing.
think,
So it's something, some conversations that we need to have probably.
and I appreciate you letting us know at this time. I think that is commendable for sure. And I just, if that is where you're headed and you think is more likely than not, then I would respectfully ask that you budget in what you need or what is expected from
Correct.
your
Yeah.
departure into the
Yeah, and like I
budget.
said, that's what in the next, I've been thinking about it. I was going to talk city manager, the way things kind of fell. So I felt
Yeah.
tonight was probably, I needed to let y'all know that it's been something I've been thinking about for several years.
Yeah.
Like I said, after I got my 20 years, I'm at 22 now, so I'm here longer than I thought I was going to be.
How long do you think it will take you if somebody comes in for you to work with, are you looking at a 4 to 6 week window? What are you looking at?
Well, I mean, at the earliest, if I did leave now, it potentially wouldn't be till December or some.
No, I mean, not leaving, somebody to come in and work with you. If we
Oh.
would hire somebody to come
Yeah,
in.
I mean, that depends on what y'all give me direction.
How long do you believe it would take you to move, to give everybody, to train them and give them the information?
I guess it would depend on if you want to go out and get somebody that try to get more experience, or if you're hiring from.
Well, you're gonna pay either way. If you're doing more experience, you're gonna have to pay more money for them. I understand.
But I mean, the training for someone
Training window
that,
would be
the
different
training
from the
window might be
experience.
smaller if you got somebody that came in with the finance director background versus me going and pulling, say, someone that just has the AP or payroll.
What I'm trying to get
Or-
at is we need to kind of budget that kind of
Correct.
into
That
the next
overlap.
year's budget. Yeah.
Well, and that's what I said. So when I budget for my department, it kind of needs to be my estimated end date, and then whoever would pick up after that, or when you would want to hire that person. So,
I think, are you all comfortable? I mean, for these type of roles, I mean, a 1 month isn't sufficient. I would think it'd be 6 to 8 weeks at a minimum. And so I think that if you think that your departure is going to be this year, I think we really should try to encourage a 6 to 8 week overlap. Yeah.
well, and that's it. I was kind of, in the scheme of things, I thought, well, if I could wait till the new budget year, I would, that way it wouldn't have any bearing on this year. But come October 1, if you wanted a new person, they could come in October 1 or whatever and get that training as long as I needed to stay. And then once that,
When does the ERP wrap up?
we actually went live. So our last, the time and attendance went live this past week. We did our first live. So our actual training in that is now all done.
Can
So
you look at
we-
the potential
So we're-
training costs for a financial director if they don't have Tyler Tech experience as well too?
Well, and that's the thing, is trying to get somebody that has, because I will be honest with you, doing budget, that I don't even know Tyler. For me to go spend the hours in the
Mhm.
time learning the Tyler, either try to find someone that is familiar with it already versus me spending and wasting time when I potentially am not going to be. I went through some of the training for the budget and some of the stuff, and it was just like, there's no point in me. I don't want to waste the money and the time
Yeah.
to do it. I think it needs
If-
to be a
If I have
proven.
a second from I guess this is an official motion, but just a second to add this to the agenda for the August meeting.
And what are we adding?
There is,
What are we gonna add?
essentially the same thing for the interim city or the city manager job description. We need to do the same thing for financial director job description.
Okay. And then I would just add on to the Tyler Tech, getting somebody that has Tyler Tech knowledge. That's a
I
really
think that
widely
would be the
used.
very smartest
Yeah,
thing to
I
do,
agree.
would be to find someone that has that already. Because just me going and learning it now, I mean, we're good now with
Yeah.
all we've done, but the budgeting part of it is the piece that I'm missing, because I've done this way for 20 years in Excel documents.
Yeah.
And the way we've done it. I don't want to waste city hours in my time learning something if I'm potentially not going to be here.
No.
I just
that makes
don't
sense.
see that that's fair to do that.
Perfect.
I think that Tyler, the software is pretty widely accepted
Yes,
across the
and
state.
there-
Any financial officer that we can.
Yes,
find
that is,
should get
that is a
it.
reason why we went with this.
And honestly, you may want to talk to your rep and see if they know anyone that's looking to move.
Yeah.
I mean, there may be a
Well, that would
potential.
be, yes. But anyway, thank you. At this time, I'm gonna turn the meeting over to Jimmy Jenkins. I have another engagement.
You got it?
There you
Thank you,
go.
ma'am.
Did y'all use Encode 9?
We're on ERP Pro 10. We
Okay.
didn't start with 9 because it wasn't available. They make you or
Mhm.
put you on the one that's the most current. So they wouldn't have, when we started, ERP 9 was being kind of not given to anybody that did it. So we're actually on 10. And a
So
lot of
we use
companies are on
10,
the older.
And I started when we were going through the conversion, and we converted from 9 to 10. So they spoke to each other, and it was still really, really time consuming,
Yes.
very tedious. I mean, just
We've spent-
checking every single number on every page 5 times. And so
Yeah.
I know how tedious that was.
Yeah, and that's
thank
what
you.
I said. We've done a lot. The utilities had a lot of issues. A lot of their kinks have been done now. The time and attendance, the payroll actually did the live one on Monday, actually, or Tuesday did actually go very well.
That's good.
But we had spent a lot of pre-hours and we had a really great guy from Tyler that helped set us up. And so we eliminated a lot of errors before we ever got live. So that's been great.
And I know all of our training was with the person on the computer. And
Yeah.
so that makes it even
Nothing in
a little
person.
more difficult. But I heard their voices for months.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and like I said, the time and attendance piece went really well because of who we had trading us. So that was super nice. And like I said, that one went really well. So hopefully we're done with the training.
Thanks, Cynthia.
We good?
And again, I really respect you for letting us know ahead of time, and that's very much appreciated.
Okay, so I guess the next one is the 110 Smithfield Police Department. Chief? They have a head count of 20, an annual spend of $1,872,325.
How many
They're
pennies?
over on Fourth, and they just protect and serve this city.
That's it. I do want to make note, because the old ones aren't up there, the calls for service for the police have gone up about 25 to 28%.
Upward.
Also, the next department is animal control. It's gone up about 35%. I also do want to make note that he does a lot of things that most animal control officers do not do, which is deal with wildlife stuff, snakes, possums, skunks and things of that nature. Most animal control divisions do not deal with that. They deal with basically domestic animals only. He also deals with livestock as well that are in the city. So he does a lot. Will's one of the hardest workers at the PD, under the PD umbrella. And I'm assuming Danielle will be right there with him soon.
To clarify, those were increases, correct?
Increases.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Much like Jennifer, I assume said, they're getting more work here. We're getting more work too. And I don't have a lot to say about my budget. Me and Jeremy did go over it, a preliminary discussion. I had come to the assumption, based upon the way things were and the way things are, and being a realist, that there would probably be not much upward movement on the budget in regards to increases. We do have the STEP program that was instituted by ordinance on the council, and then we'll get whatever COLA, if y'all deem necessary, whatever that looks like. We'll defer to y'all on that.
Can you explain the STEP program again for everyone?
So basically the count, and it's been several years, and I would be lying, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, we instituted it, and the council passed under ordinance a STEP program. Other people that are in government, I know Danya knows that the county has some STEP programs for the deputies. And what it is a retention thing, right? So an officer kind of comes in, and I've worked in law enforcement before where somebody had to leave above you for you to get a pay raise unless there's a COLA. And so this is basically just a one-track road for a person so that they don't get stagnant and they want to stay. So they get on their path and they go steps throughout their career here. And it keeps them motivated. It keeps them wanting to go, considering the job that they do. And there was some holding back on the STEP originally with some agreements that I had with the council. But now we're full steam ahead on that because it's been some years down the road. And so y'all were gracious enough to give that to us, and we appreciate it. It allows me to keep all the experience here. I want to remind y'all that the average tenure in law enforcement for a police officer in Smithfield is over 15, pushing 20 years. So you have a lot of experience here. It is my desire that y'all allow us to keep that here. But with that is the understanding that, and there are some things you can do about it, and there are some things you cannot, but the entities to the west of us are running away from us, right? They were when the STEP program came out. I mean, out of 38 agencies within an hour of Smithfield, we were the 37th out of 38 as far as pay went. And I've said before in council, we're where the river meets the ocean, right? Bastrop is 10 minutes from here. They pay 15 to 25 to 30 grand more than we do, offer sign-on bonuses, all those things that nature. And it broke my heart when I lost my first person to Bastrop PD. I was glad to say that we never lost anybody, but if somebody's going to leave, they're going to go west of here, right? They're not going to go to LaGrange, even though LaGrange is grateful to us because they were able to get a substantial increase, right? Because we took their SRO from them. And so although I don't like to do that to my neighboring agencies because I'm friends with all them chiefs, it is a business. And so I just ask that y'all be mindful of that, you know.
Is there a end date to those step programs?
They max out. I think it's at 9 or 10 years. There's a max.
So we still have a few years before the existing officers.
Yeah, most of them. So the ordinance allowed me with experience to be able to plug somebody in kind of at the 30 percentile,
Yeah.
not starting them off like a new guy to the academy, but there was a maximum I was allowed to plug in for years of experience. And luckily we've been able to hire people with 10, 15, 20 years experience. So I do plug them in now that we withheld that for a couple of years to help absorb that cost. So we kind of stayed stagnant for a couple of years and didn't push forward. But either last year or the year before last, we kind of started the train back up again and we started moving. And so that's all there in finance. She updates that every year. When y'all give a cost of living adjustment, it affects all those rates. And so that's where we're at now. I would not be doing my job if I didn't say, I want to remind this council, some of y'all were here and some of y'all were not, about 15 to 20% of the time, there is one officer in this town. And so I worked at the county for 10 years. And this is the least populated part of the county. So whenever there is law enforcement resources pulled to other places, all you have to do is drive through Bastrop and out to the west and realize that Cedar Creek, Dale, Garfield, that area where they're out there, it is blowing up. And so when they do move somebody out of necessity, much like an ambulance, we have felt those pressures. County law enforcement is no different. This is the first person they pull. So if I was to get 2 more head count, which I want to say, I understand it will not happen this year. There are no expectations, but I want to throw it to you all that can have the desire to stay on the council. Then in subsequent years, I think that Cynthia and Jennifer should get those people first, but just keep us in mind down the road. We can keep doing what we're doing and providing the service that I think after having conversations, lengthy conversations with all of y'all at some point, that we provide a service to the citizens that they are appreciative of. And I have got no other feedback from anybody on the council, both city managers I've worked for, other than that. And so we're going to keep doing that. We're grateful for everything that you do. The only thing that I will say is the car program, right? When I got here, cars were smoking, burning. I know that there was a tax note deal talked about. We had talked about that before, and I know the CFO thing. I'm not very familiar with that, but I don't want to get away from our car rotation schedule. It's served us well. I want to bring up that we just replaced the engine at 93,000 miles with no cost to the city. I'm generally able to get rid of them. And yes, we push them out to other departments, i.e. the airport, but there will come a time when those are able to be sold. And I'm able to get rid of them with what y'all have given us over the last 5 or 6 years through the council and the prior city manager, where we're basically our maintenance costs are very minimal. Oil changes, tires, brakes. And if we can get rid of them at around 100,000 miles, we will virtually never have a major repair again. And I know that y'all talked about enterprise for a little bit. That'll be y'all's decision, maybe later. The chiefs I know in the area are majority unhappy with that because they never own the vehicle. We will own them. As we start filtering some of the other cars down to Sandy, we will be able to take those and sell them. And then when those cars that are right at 100,000, they should be valued at 5,000, depending on the condition, to maybe 10. So we'll recover some of that money. So we're on track, and I just don't want to backslide on that. So I know that that I have for fiscal responsibility not spent a lot of my tax note for electronic conversions to ticket writers and stuff like that. So if it's not in the budget for capital expenditures, I would politely ask that maybe we reallocate those to get the 2 cars if we can't do it in the general budget, to stay on that, because if we start backsliding, we're just going to be back in the same boat we were in before. And so I'll present that to y'all at a later date if I need to.
One of the things that we talked about, and I don't believe we had a full council. I don't remember who was missing, but and we obviously did not have the size of this crowd So I kind of want to reiterate what we kind of discussed in the meeting where we met with Samco. But in that meeting, we talked about how our long-term debt over the next, I want to say starts fiscal year 28, we're starting to see a substantial amount of our long-term debt start to come off the books. And I personally am desiring, we're having to make this really unfortunate purchase of meters right now whenever we already owe debt on these meters, the existing ones. And that on top of the other expenditures, I personally have a desire to get as far as we can with what we have. Maybe that means skip a year in some of these programs. I know like Edward's wanting to get a vacuum truck, and I don't want to say no, we can't do these things if it's going to really be debilitating the services that the citizens want. But at the same time, we're really close to being in a much stronger financial position. Tractor Supply is coming on board, which I've been told is 250 to 300,000 of potential sales tax revenue whenever we already get $1 million. So to be having that much of one business, and we have a lot more other businesses coming soon. So that's kind of where I personally am, is not to forsake some of these investments, but can we hold off one more year and in the next fiscal year start moving forward, and once we have some long-term debt under control?
Is that a question, or you're just telling me your thought?
That's my thoughts, and if you want to make a statement, you can, but I'm not.
Make sure you weren't asking me a question. You looked at me like it might have been a question. So, like always, and I hope that y'all know this, I'm always willing to work with the city from the PD side. I think I've always been approachable and reasonable with my request and things like that. And ultimately, I'm grateful for everything that past, current, and future councils will do for the PD. Y'all have always been good to us. You got us to the point where we are today, and it is my desire to continue that relationship. So other than that, I don't really have any ask. I will say for me as the chief, I've been frustrated at any lack of direction on where we are with this. I'm assuming tonight y'all are gonna, hate to put you on the spot, but I mean, you know, we don't know what to present to you guys. I'm just coming up here and putting some deals, but it's, you know, at what point, somebody will say, at what point are we going to get direction on where to go with when we start crunching our numbers? You know, we're saying proposed 3% before Jeremy left. We were doing this presentation 6, 7 weeks ago last year. And so we're very far behind, and I want to be prepared for this. So if y'all would.
When I'll speak where I'm at with it, but I think when Jimmy and I met with Cynthia a couple weeks ago, we were told we don't have a lot of the costs fully wrapped up at this point, especially when it comes to like payroll, when it comes to, you know, potential raises, or when it comes to health insurance. Property tax numbers are still outstanding at this point too. Like they're getting close. And I think that they're close enough that we can start really moving. Did they just come in?
They came in on the 25th.
The certified roll actually came in on Friday. I've
Okay.
been working with Ellen and getting all those numbers together this week.
Perfect. And yeah,
All
I
of-
thought it was
all of
coming
that
really soon.
Is
August
coming.
meeting.
Yeah.
August budget meeting, we should be able to come out with what she's got. We'll have to do
But
tax note in then and everything else, but she's going to need more information before.
well,
we
but
get-
we still somewhat tonight, if
Have a
possible,
general
just to
direction.
reiterate here, is a general direction. Do you want me to do a 2%? Do you want me to do a 3%? Where do you see payroll going? Because that makes a big difference when I'm trying to present a balanced budget to you. Do I just pick 3%, or is that not the consent?
Can
You're gonna
you,
give us I mean, we were told previously from Jeremy and that to do a 3%, and that was kind of the consensus. He's not here, so I guess for y'all, there are certain things that yes, insurance is still out. Hopefully next week I will have those rates. We will do our best to get those rates to stay where they're at, but the COLA, those kind of things are things that we
COLA and head count, if we're going to raise any
yeah,
head
like,
count
or,
and things
or,
like
or
that,
you
you're going to
want
have
to
to
allow
have.
us, like for me, okay, you're going to give me a person, I need to come up with my dates and times, but if you're going to allow anybody else to have head count. I kind of need to know that before that August meeting, because that's going to come into a big sense of play, because there's only going to be X amount of revenue.
Can you?
Then someone's going to, I mean, if I'm going to come August with a balanced budget, who's going to get to say in the meantime? Hopefully their city manager will have a city manager. I would typically go to them and they would make the decision, no, yes, or whoever. It's kind of not the case right now. So we need some sense of direction tonight. Can I stay with the 3% like he's asking? Just so we kind of know where to go.
While we're talking, would it be possible for you to, so the 3% that she's discussing is the increase in the property tax rate, correct?
No, that's a COLA.
Cost of living increase.
Okay,
That's
so I guess the question that I
So-
am
so
asking
the-
is the 2 cent and the 3 cent. I know that had been a discussion of,
Are you
'cause we
you're
need to
talking about
know-
property tax rate?
we need to know roughly where our budget's going to be based off of the 2 cent and the 3 cent tax rate, or if we go to NNR. And so I guess where those
Yeah.
numbers are is in hundreds of thousands of dollars would be very useful for, I think, for all of us to make a decision of how much budget do you think we need to have? And then what can we fit in? Like, can we fit a
Well, yeah.
1% into that? Can we fit a 2% into that?
Because like I said, I've been working, getting the numbers in this week. I did not working with Ellen and figuring out what the no new revenue rate, what the VAR is going to be and all that. We've got some of those. I haven't got to plug them in so that I could tell you what that revenue is going to come to. I didn't get that far. I got some of the numbers. I just didn't get that far yet. And those are going to kind of, in the past, we've always, because I also have to propose a property tax rate. Typically in the past, we've proposed the VAR,
The VAR.
just because that's as high as you can go. You don't want to propose, you can propose a lower rate, but you can't go over that proposed rate. So depending on where your revenue is at. So typically, we've always used the VAR to give us that. Like I said, I haven't calculated the revenue dollar yet, what that is going to be. So it's hard, but I still need the direction on the flip side, the expense side. Where do you want me to start in payroll? Are you going to allow us to hire, or is there a hiring freeze and nobody gets a new person if they need it? Are you hiring a grant person?
Yeah.
I've told,
No, the other thing I want to bring up that some of y'all were here for, some of you were not. I know that Councilmember Tovar spoke on this. 2021 entry-level police car, base model, nothing fancy, generic 35,000, 2025, 45. Uniform pants, we use run-of-the-mill stuff that APD uses. They're easily accessible there in Austin. 2021, $51 for a pant, $51 for a shirt. 2025 went up to 71. Just sent a guy to get 2 shirts the other day, 88. Nothing different, same SKU number, same part number. We pay the same that APD does. Nothing fancy, middle of the road stuff. So we all know, I said this last time and I'll be the jerk about it, right? We all go to the grocery store and I mean, I bought my house in 19, my mortgage was 1,500. Now it's 1,900. I don't like it either, but it costs more. And I feel that all services for the city will suffer if inflation's 20, 30% and we're giving the employee 3 and we're not considering what it's costing us to do the business. So either business is going to be reduced, which as a police chief, I hate to even think about that, but I just ask you to take that in consideration too.
Well, I think we have traditionally, as Cynthia said, at this meeting, we set it, the tax rate, what we're going to do at the VAR, because we can always come down off of it as we go to the next meeting. But she's correct. If we don't go to that at this meeting, then if we get to where, okay, we're going to have to let people go because we set this at such a low level, we need to be able to evaluate.
And I think that is not being understood of what I am saying at all. So this is something that I tried to do last year, where it was try to give you a concrete position to target, and not you, but previous city manager, and just trying to like, hey, this is a number that we as a council can agree to. Can we hit that number and try to achieve it? And where there's a lot of unknown right now, And I personally would like to make it as known as possible tonight so that y'all can just work, get it done, and we don't have to keep going back like has been the past few councils. So I guess where my goal potentially is to say, okay, if we know as a council, we're willing to increase the amount of revenue that the city is willing to increase by this amount of money. And then such as like increase the property tax rate. And there's some of these things that we just don't know what the profit, I mean, not profit is a bad word, the revenue is coming in at. If we know where the revenue is going to be and a number that we as a council feel good about, I think that can then go back to you and you can say, I mean, like your department is going to be crazy this year and you're going to have to do a lot more. But it allows for the discussion like Danya mentioned earlier, like maybe you'll do overtime instead of a COLA or a merit raise, or maybe there are other sacrifices that y'all know you can make to where you can get that desired COLA that you want, and really allow it to the department heads to really kind of powwow together and say, hey, this is the budget, the total top line. How do we get our staff that works for us the increases that we think they deserve? And allow you the flexibility to work in there and present a more complete budget.
Do you, did our, I guess, our property tax, did it go up or did it go down this time?
Actually, the certified values are pretty much level.
So they
They-
stayed level this
Pretty
time?
much
So
level.
it's the same as pretty much
We
last year?
did like the freeze over 65 too, that's gonna that affects things. We went from 400 and something, we got 521 people this year that are now frozen. So that number's increasing and that's basically lost revenue. And they actually reported it on the report I got you shared because the counties actually changed their reporting. So that's why it's taken me a little longer to go through some of the stuff. I've talked to Ellen this morning and you can see some of that on there, but
Do you think you'll have everything number wise kind of?
well, I'll have to have it, I have to present something to you on the August 10th council meetings.
Okay, so you have,
That property tax calculation,
mm-hmm,
the 10-page, 12-page report, I don't know,
mm-hmm.
which I have it, that will have to be presented at the August 10th meeting. And so,
Okay.
so you'll see all of that then, but I'll also have to propose a rate, which like I said, I'm gonna propose for y'all. Now, whether you accept it, you can tell me to change it. Like I said, the VAR,
Okay, excellent.
but I'll go through and then and there's a whole list of things that have to be presented to y'all on August 10th, the values and all those things. There's a list of stuff that will be presented.
Well, I think we've already pretty much, I don't know that we've decided, but you said that you're gonna need at least one person in the front. And then we were talking, I think that's it. I think that's really all we have decided about that. Chief.
I mean, you haven't gone through the other departments yet.
I know
We
that,
don't
but
know what
I
the other
know.
requests
I'm
are,
just
so-
trying to say where we are right now. We still have to
But
go
like
to
I
the
said,
rest of the
it's
departments.
more general direction tonight in payroll and different area,
Yeah,
where do you want me to just start? Because I have to have a starting place. I mean, I was directed to do 3%. And I know typically I keep the employee list the same, don't add new positions, but I kind of need an idea of, do you want to allow that? And then that's going to have me be able to come back to you and tell you, this is how much the expense is going to be. Yes, there's some unknowns yet that I'm still working on. The insurance is out there, right? The health insurance and the quotes for is out there right now. I am hoping that those come back in next week. And so I can get more firm, and that's why I don't like to do the payroll, because I would actually love to have firm numbers on that, because it does come into play. And we can determine at that point, do you want to drop it? Do you want to keep the benefits exactly the same? How do you have those options. I just have to have a starting point.
so what you're saying is that you can come back with the tax rate you're doing, and then we can figure out how we're
Yeah,
gonna
'cause-
do the rest of it at the August meeting.
Mhm.
Okay.
So for additional context, just for last year, of the kind of numbers that we had to work with last year is the NNR, no new revenue tax rate, which is the formally similar to the effective tax rate. That increased city revenue. This is the budget workshop for anyone that's wanting to follow along later. But that was proposed to increase the revenue by 130,000, 129,000. If we did a 5-cent increase to the tax rate, that was going to be 182 to 183,000. 7-cent increase to the tax rate was 256, 750. And then if we went all the way to the bar, it was 330.
Correct.
I
And
think that,
that's the sheet I was talking about. I did not get to
Yeah.
get that completed yet. That's what
I
I'm
mean,
working on. So I can't
ignorantly speaking,
give you those numbers.
I would say if we feel comfortable shooting, knowing that the tax rate or the property values didn't really change much,
Not- yeah.
I think we can kind of choose a number in that range of 100 to 300,000 that we feel comfortable raising that budget by, and be able to allow y'all to kind of flex and get what you think you need.
Yeah.
And because it's a difficult budget season and there's a lot of complications that you're not used to. And I don't want for us to constantly be like, well, we said this and we said this and like,
No.
let's get you a firm target tonight. And then if that changes and you realize next meeting it's very different, then
Well, and
we can understand how to flex it.
because it will be, the August meeting is where you'll have all of the revenue and the expenses and everything together.
Yeah.
So
I had a quick question for Chief. Realistically, when are we going to need to get new radios? I know that, just so everybody knows, we are about to, all of the ESDs, the counties, everybody else is changing to a different radio system because everybody and their grandparents have a scanner, and it's becoming a big issue with our law enforcement. And so I know that a lot of them are changing to a different radio, and you will not be able to communicate with the radios that we have.
Good news for you, Councilmember Tovar. So we have bought new handheld radios.
Good.
The radios are on Smart Connect. I made the decision that the chief, after talking to a couple of other chiefs, I believe the chief in Elgin is still doing it. We're having our chiefs meeting next month. But we have the radios, the handhelds,
Sweet.
and
Okay.
they're working without having to do the expenditure that I spoke to y'all about putting new car units in. The handhelds alone have seemed to be working for us in town.
Perfect.
We just did a walkthrough for safety at the school this last week, and we tested them in closets and in room closets and places where we typically would have some connection problems. So we have the new handhelds. And
Good.
it doesn't appear, based upon the feedback that I've gotten, that there's any safety concerns not to spend another 200,000 to outbid the cars with new radios.
Yes. Thank you.
Not saying something
lead
might
with
come up later, but right now it's holding steady. So
$12,000 a piece.
yes, they're
Yeah.
expensive.
The handhelds are about
But y'all
$8.
bought them, y'all bought those for us with the understanding that if there was some safety concerns that I would come back to y'all. And I'm pleased to report, it doesn't appear at this point that there are any. So. Yep. Any other questions? Thank y'all very much. Appreciate it.
This is the,
Here, Mike.
Municipal Court 120, to head count 2, annual spend is 92,000, and you're on.
Hi, I'm sorry I'm late. Thanks for waiting on me. So for municipal court, I'm the judge and the clerk, and then we have a court clerk, and she's general clerk as well, Tracia Lara. She, as a judge, you can't speak to someone just when they walk in regarding a citation, either on the phone or up to the window. We have to be very careful as a judge, because they want to start telling the story. I didn't run that red light. I didn't do this or that. And as soon as they put a plea in place, then I can talk to them, give them the options. Sometimes they come in and they'll make a plea with Tracia. We'll come back here and we use this doubles as a courtroom. I don't sit up there. I sit at the little table with them and we talk and they explain things to me and we usually work out things regarding their citation. They do, of course, the citations are written by the officers. After the citation is written and entered at the police department, then it is sent over here. We create a docket and that, generates the fine and the court cost. They have 10 working days to appear regarding the citation. Well, you do have some that will appear, take care of it, try to handle it, and that's phone calls, emails are done. And then if they do not show, we are required to set show causes, and that's where you see the 281 show cause hearings were set. People still do not show for that. If they do not show, or if they do show, then we can still go through the options with them to make arrangements regarding their citation. If they do not show, then we can set them, we put a hold on their license. Of course, sometimes that may be 6 years or more. But that will make them call and try to make arrangements to pay that citation. And we do send them to our collection agency, MVBA. And they do help. They send out, warrant roundup, things like that, to try to initiate them to pay their citation. We do, of course, have, like it says, numerous calls every day and emails. And that's the same thing. Information's given. They can set up DSC, deferred payment plans. They submit an indigent paperwork regarding community service. Those hours are assigned. They have so many days to take care of that. And if a defendant happens to come in and they plead not guilty, they are set to meet with our prosecutor for pretrial hearings. That's where you see there were 37 pretrial hearings held. We changed last year it used to be every month, and then we changed it to every other month. Last year, or fiscal year, I guess, we changed to every 3 months just to try to cut back on the amount of money spent, saving for the court department for those attorney fees. Let's see. The court also, we do handle, I don't as a judge, but we handle youth diversion, and Tracia, she is our youth diversion coordinator. And those are for any juveniles that are issued a non-moving violation. And they don't come into the court. We handle them like typical court. It's to try to keep it out of court. And it's in an effort to help redirect our at-risk youth from formal court proceedings and into community support to help divert them from getting a criminal record. And that's kind of new. Actually this year we had several. We had 6 youth diversions. I think most of them have been completed. And they did, and really you do kind of the same thing. You try to work with them, do community service, defer it. They may have to write an essay, but it doesn't go into our system to actually show a record and it won't go on the record as long as they complete that diversion. Now, as a judge, of course, I do handle Class C misdemeanors here, then that's a fine and fee only, no jail time regarding that. But, and that's, of course, adults and juveniles, and that's for moving violations, because you do have, kids 16 and under that drive or, I hate to say they get in a little fight or something, and we have had someone steal something, so they had to come in. But and then there's minor court hearing, 21 and under, or under 21, excuse me, for alcohol or tobacco. Well, we have seen code enforcement, if the grass is too tall. I know that's going to change a little bit. Maybe we got to work that out. Code enforcement will come before us. And of course, we still try to work with that property owner, because the main thing we want to do is have them comply, get the grass mowed or the junk vehicle off the property, whatever that case may be for that. And let's see. And as a municipal judge, I also serve as a magistrate for Bastrop County. That's where I was earlier. We had a little class on a little bit of that we have to handle. And that's of course another role for me. If their officer wants to issue a warrant, they type of a probable cause affidavit, and they send it to me, review, and I determine if there is probable cause. If so, you have to determine them out of bond, and then they have to enter it and issue that warrant. And then there is a warrantless arrest. You have officers that, are out patrolling and they pull someone over, say they have something illegal in the car. There's just different things that they can be arrested on. And then they are taken to Bastrop County. We don't hold them here anymore. It's been since 2018 that we held anyone here. That's for Judge Jones was still here. They take them to Bastrop County. I'm very fortunate that I can do my magistrations by video. It's video magistrate. That is a fee that we do pay monthly. I believe it's like $150. I don't think it has went up that I recall receiving anything on that. And the jail, they're very helpful to me that I'm able not to have to travel over there. Not that they wouldn't let me come in the jail and all that, but I don't have a code to get in and do all that. And so you'll see there, we did 93 magistrations with 40 warrants signed to date. And let's see, so last year we started using the time payment group, and that's for our online credit payments. Seems to be working well, and that was to cut back on the cost out of the court, because there's fees for credit card payments where they just put the fee on the actual defendant. They charge 3.5% plus July 1st, they added an additional 25 cents to their fee. We don't see that at all. It's just added to that, the fine and fees that we have for whatever offense they may have been charged with. And they do have Spanish speakers. Now that's at a higher rate, 6.5% fee that they can call and make the payment with them for that. This year, we of course have attended the yearly Regional Clerk and Judges Conference in Houston. And it's always good to attend these because it's a review, updates on court processes, and for networking with other judges and court clerks, ask what they do, how they do things maybe in their court, or maybe they ask us how we do it. We handle different things. Let's see, this year, a goal, Tracy and I are talking, we need to work on our court security plan and then our court website. Because I believe if we could, looking at other people's websites, a defendant could look on our website, maybe handle their ticket without having to call or come in or email. They probably could maybe do a lot of it online. So we're going to work on that. And we have no current issues at this time. Let's see, future needs. I would like, because when I normally take, I guess you'd say call. It's not really, I don't get call pay, but I'm just on, 24/7, I guess. There is an occasion, I did go on vacation last week. Judge Carter, the associate judge, he did cover for me. And he tells me, anytime, Judge, but I'm here. We don't have as like the JPs, we don't have that load like they do. And I normally just I have a little box, I load my laptop, my printer and everything I take with me. But I'm asking if we possibly could get the little signature pad for the laptop. So that way I can sign the documents without having to take the printer, print it out, scan it, send it back to them. I can do it. It's not a problem, but I've been doing it for 3 years. Let's see. And we would like to ask our printer Caputa that was at the counter up front where she prints out, their receipts and some forms. We do have the big printer. We can use it. We're making it, but we'd like to ask for a printer for the counter. And then the last thing I would like to ask for, and it's not just for court, is fans for our lobby. I know I'm one of the main ones that I walk from my office to the front into the court area, and it is very warm. And if you have people that come in and sit, especially on our pre-trials, you have, cologne, you have people that may not have on, they've been working all day. They've been working all day. They're sweaty. And then we have some people that come in and there's other smells. But I'm not trying,
We're picking up what you're
it's
throwing.
made up of different scents. And I think the fans would help with the heat in the summer. And then just to help circulate air. And if we do have a lot of people in the lobby, I just really think it would help. That's really all that I have. Y'all have any questions for me?
Can we get the 2 electronic presented in our next?
Tax note?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Or is it too late to go back to the text note today? Do we know what the cost is?
Open it back up.
Because that's such a small thing. I think it would just make sense to just approve it right now. Yeah.
Oh,
If you can get her the cost for those,
Sure.
we can actually approve that tonight for you.
Oh,
The
you want me to
printer
go do that real
and
quick? The cost?
the signature pad.
I know we had, yeah, the fans, the signature pad
I know we have.
and the printer. I know I had like 175 for the pad, the signature pad. And then,
Edward won't mind sharing.
or maybe that was the fan. The fans were 175
more
per,
expensive.
per fan.
Yeah.
And then the signature pad, yeah.
So you want me to go look at that real quick? You want me to go look at that real quick and bring that back?
Or
Yeah, if you can just give her a rough number of what it is, and if we can prove up to a certain. level.
together should be less than a $1,500.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
$1,500. I mean, if you approved 1,500, it would well be within those.
I don't,
Let's,
we
we
wouldn't.
can word it like that later then.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The chief did go over the animal control, which is Department 115. He had went over everything they did. There's no current issues and no future needs, so it's probably going to stay around the same spend, which is $77,000. So now then, okay. So is there anybody here from the fire department? Yes, no? Are you going to talk about it?
He wasn't informed of this meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything we need to do with it anyway, other than,
Do we know if they purchased the radios? I know that's been something I've also been harping on for the past couple of years. Are they up to where they need to be?
Yeah, I think we got some radios.
yeah, and Capcog, we need to look into the grant for the radios from Capcog. We need to, if we can get that, they'll pay for all of it. We just need to get on the list for it.
Yeah. Also, the Texas A&M Forest Service, I know they were very generous with some donations last year, and it'd be great to capture that this year too.
Okay, fire department's gone.
I see you got down here air packs.
Yeah.
I know some of those air packs is almost out of date. So we got to upgrade on some of those,
What's an air pack?
where we go into structure fires we put on.
Okay.
Breathing
Yeah.
apparatus. I think that along that too can be rolled into Capcog. Okay, I think Capcog has a pretty open end for fire equipment.
And I know I have not personally been updated, and so this is not a statement one way or another, but I mean, also once the 501c3 status is confirmed, I mean, we should be able to purchase some of that stuff as well too. And the LOI signed. I think that's where we're really sitting on that still.
Anything else, Tyrone?
No, that's about it.
Okay. Okay, so now then to the library, Department 140, head count 9, 435,000 annual spend, and you're on.
Okay, thank you very much. The 435 annual spend is what I'm projecting for this year. And that will still keep us in the Texas Administrative Code to maintain accreditation for our library. And there's a minimum level of effort, maintenance of effort that we have to consider when we're planning our budget. So that should keep us within that Texas Administrative Code recommended level of effort. So, and it's enough with the grants that we're able to secure and that we already have in place that we can continue to add to our programs and services, which we have done greatly this year. What I've shown here, the 22,291, those numbers, those are actually from 2025, fiscal year 25, because that's the last year we've reported to the state. I can tell you, just comparing this summer to last summer, we've seen almost 30% increase in circulation of our physical goods, physical materials. Our ebooks have stayed about the same. We've seen a 5% increase of people through the doors this summer compared to last summer. We've seen a 5% increase, the 2% increase through the doors. 5% increase is participation in attendance in our summer reading club events this year compared to last year. So we're able to see how many more people we're reaching. We feel how many more people we're reaching. But most of that is, we feel a positive. We've added several new programs for all ages this year. We were lacking the elementary age group. We had our children's story time, we had our teens, we had our adult programming. This year in around March, we added Cub Club, which is ages 6 to 12, and it's been greatly attended. It's been a lot of fun, and we carried that into the summer. In the summer, we had a higher number of students or readers who completed their reading challenges than we have in the past. And that was pretty incredible. It was also a much higher percentage because it seems like we had fewer that actually registered, but we had more that completed it. We also had library personnel at the food distribution sites with the Smithville ISD. When they're doing the food distribution on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we had somebody from the library at least at 2 sites twice a week. And we directly encountered over 160 people who stopped after they got their food to pick up books. We were giving away free books from the Friends of the Library, and we distributed over 350 books. So we know that we are making a difference in the literacy of our community and making sure that the kids have books at home and if they can't make it to the library. So I can't talk about the importance of the programs that we do and the families that we reach in so many different ways, so many social situations, dominoes players, knitters, they're getting there, and that's so important to their social well-being as well. We have our peer support specialists. We're still partly funded through December with the Libraries for Health program, and we'll keep that going as long as we can. And our peer support specialist is now also teaching Spanish and offering brain classes as a part-time employee of the city. So gradually, I'm hoping that we're able to continue to keep Brittany on as both a peer support specialist and a literacy coordinator. So that's working very well. Current issues are, we are definitely feeling the loss of the grants administration support. I am currently juggling 7 grants that are just library. And then I've picked up a couple from that I'm helping out with that Jill had been running with Texas Commission on the Arts, with the mentorship grant, CapCog and OOG. So anything that we can get to help with that, is we're keeping an eye on it because grants are very much a part of our library. And then future needs, I do need to budget for possible retirees. I have one that is planning to retire in January. And so we'll factor the cost of that into the budget. And then I'll try and hold on for at least another year. And, but we are working on, I have an assistant director, and I'm teaching Crystal as much as I can as we go so that when I do retire, she'll be ready to take over.
Is your 435K, is that about the same as it was last year? Or is that an increase?
It's actually a 7.5% decrease from last year. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Part of that is because we had one full-time person retire, and I refilled that position with 2 part-time positions because it was different job titles that they were doing. So, and then the other part of it is some of the grant monies that we had them in the city budget, but now that we don't know, we knew we were going to get them every year for 3 years. So we folded those into the city budget. Now that they're out, we don't know, it's a year-to-year thing. We're not going to put them in the city budget for that. So there's a line item in our budget that says library grants. That was $25,000 a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not something that's going to be a budget buster if it.
Right.
Can you explain what is causing this? It's not like a question your numbers. I'm just trying to understand. So 2% more people are coming through the door, but 30% more physical books are being checked out.
Yes.
Is the 2% just memberships increased, or are people just checking out a lot?
No, membership increase is 50% over last summer. It's the people walk through the door, we count them, and a lot of them are for programming. That's a big increase. But even the physical checkouts, we had remarked over the last year that some of the families that come in, they come in for the programs, but they're not checking out stacks of books like they used to and things like that. Now that we've increased elementary age programs, that has, so that if you say 13 kids attended our book club, but they each went out with several books. So just the programs that we're introducing or we're bringing in, it depends who it is, but they're checking out, they're walking out with more books.
That's cool.
And the next slide, if you would, Jennifer, that is what I mentioned. That is our 5-year run through fiscal year 2025, because we haven't reported on 26 yet. And you can see that almost all categories are increasing as we continue to serve the public. How many people are coming to our programs, how many programs we're actually holding, those are going to go up. Our computer users, that has remained steady, and we haven't been able to count the Wi-Fi. I'm still working with Lewis, with our IT guy, to figure out how we can measure that, because right now we don't have any way of counting it. And then circulation numbers are there, and it's broken down, junior level, kids level, ebooks, electronic books. And then the total of all categories is our big one. So.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I just want to mention too that Trey said that his status is back and the other documents are signed, so.
So now we're going to,
When you say other documents, you mean the LOI?
I'm not positive.
Okay.
and we're going to the parks, and this Department 150. This is going to be Edward. Head count 5, annual spend is 452,000. They're at warehouse. Oh, they do a lot.
Yeah, again, this is my parks guys, and I can't express how much we do. We can't put it all in one little slide or whatever and stuff, you know, with the 11 parks that we mow, city buildings we mow, local spots, Loop 230, we do all down Loop 230 and stuff. We actually do the drainage ditch by the LCRA train yard, that there is no way to get any equipment down in that thing. So all it is manpower and weed eaters, and it is a lot of walking. We also do on Marburger crossing over to Miller Street, we do the drainage ditch going all the way to Old Lake Road. There's no getting any equipment in there either. So it's a lot of walking, a lot of weed eating. So the good thing is my other departments that we talk about, they all pitch in, they come and they help, and they grab weed eaters, and we all go and we all take care of it all. So, but we do a lot. These guys, again, I'm going to cope off of Jennifer and everything. I definitely feel like Cynthia needs somebody first and they need somebody first. But 10 years I've been here, I've seen the growth come, and the stuff that we started when we were doing this much to now we're doing this much, and with just the same amount of guys that we were doing 10 years ago. So somewhere down the road, I would like to see more staff in this department too, you know, and everything. And I would, and again, but I am definitely on board. I'm a team player. Man, we can go another year. I can make this happen. You know, we can do it. I know we talked about, you know, John Thompson and his thing. I want that. When it comes up to be done and Ben's contract comes up to be done or whatever, I want to look into it and see about doing it ourselves, do it in-house, get it done.
So from what I understand, it's a 30-day notice that we're allowed as a council to do. So if you come to a realization in 6 months that you need to go this path, then that's an option.
Correct. So again, we're doing good. And this will kind of cope to, I have 9 departments, so you're going to see me up here a lot tonight. So, and this will go through all of them and everything. But once again, I feel I just really want y'all to think about and really take compensation with these guys and everything. You know, they work out in the heat all day long in the cold, rain, sleet or snow, we're out there or whatever. You know, just want to make sure we take care of them guys pay wise with what they're doing and stuff. We can live without new equipment and everything. I have some tax note money that we still have from 2025 that I'm still spreading out through a couple more years. I just say maybe take in consideration, I've kind of bought my mowers, but I do have some extra cash in that fund that maybe in the next year or so, we might have a mower go down and I might have to ask for some of that money to be placed or moved or whatever. But again, this is my mowing guys. These are my parks guys. They're the ones that take care of us. We help out. We help with Ashley and stuff, make sure she gets all her needs taken so that she can rent all these facilities out and stuff. And she'll talk a little more about that, but we're here for y'all. Here, whatever we need to do.
Another question I have that potentially if you can look into it, I know that there's been a lot of comments about the condition of the bathrooms in the railroad park.
So
it's
right before Jeremy left, I got a big email about a bunch of people talking about the railroad train yard and everything, about the restrooms. They were looking bad. They were in bad shape. And they'd run into me before. Edward said he was going to take care of them. I did. And Sundays they have the market out there, you know. So one thing is we clean restrooms Monday, Fridays, deep clean Monday, Fridays. We have 5 different restrooms we do. Tuesday through Thursday, we kind of pop in, clean up a little bit, make sure there's toilet paper, everything, open the restrooms every day. We do not have staff that cleans on Saturday, Sunday, because that would be on overtime.
Yeah.
So we don't send people out on overtime. So once we deep clean on Friday, it's kind of hard to do what happens by Sunday or whatever,
for sure. Do
we went in there, I went to see Ashley the other day and we got a whole bunch of new toilet paper dispensers and stuff. We cleaned up the restroom. We put them all up on the wall. Exactly 1 week and 1 day later, the whole toilet paper dispenser was stolen, gone. And then we came back 3 days later and my guys were just there and cleaned the restrooms up. I mean, beautiful, cleaned it and everything. Somewhere in the daylight, right after that, an hour later, trash cans got thrown up on top of the building from inside the restrooms. They were taken out and thrown in there. And we don't have cameras around there, so, it's hard to say. So Edward doesn't mind taking care of stuff, but sometimes after a while, it just gets repetitive that we don't have the money to replace all this stuff and everything, when we turn around. So
for sure.
So
I guess I know a lot of city parks in Austin, they tend to use more industrial scale, like toilet paper dispensers and stuff. Should we invest in something that's more robust?
So me and Ashley just had a Zoom meeting with a guy about door locks and door things and stuff and about doing industrial and stuff and like that. Honestly, to tell you the truth, if they're going to want to tear it up, they're going to tear it up, whether it's industrial, residential, cheap, expensive or whatever. So it's going to depend on, hey, when it's all said and done, when they tear it up, if it's commercial built and they really tear it up and we can't replace it with a part or something, we have to buy a whole new one. Now we're going to be spending extra money. So
Could we get a camera pointed at the building, at the restrooms?
yeah, I think it was all, when we all went down with all the camera systems back in the day or whatever, it all came out for everywhere and stuff. But then I think I wasn't in discussion, but it got separated and it was like, okay, we're going to get this and this and this. So we have some at like River Bend that we can see when they're working. Of course, they never work half the time, but like at the train yard, the only one we got closest to us is all the way at the Chamber of Commerce and you can't see the restroom from there. So again, so to answer your question.
Are we tracking the cost of loss?
Yes, I am now.
Yes.
I've been
You
taking
haven't-
pictures and I've been stamping them and everything and luckily again, a lot of the stuff Ashley kind of got rid of. She upgraded her restrooms and stuff. So we had all these extra toilet papers and dispensers. So we're going through those right now, but I think we're down to like 3 left. So, I mean, if on the toilet paper dispensers. So
Do you have an approximate cost for that yet? Or
Must
are you still just tracking?
probably, I would guess they were about 50 to $100 a piece, just for a toilet paper dispenser with the key and everything. So, I mean, it after a while, it just gets repetitive, and then I know they talk about the dirtiness on the floor and the things that people do. I can't stop people from going. We can't put cameras inside the restroom. So, if you have to go back and watch a video to find out over the whole weekend who did it, I mean, there's probably 200 or 300 people coming in and out of the restrooms all weekend long. You'll never guess who actually did did it. Now you might see them coming out with a toilet paper dispenser on your side. Maybe that might help, but yeah, so, but I'm all about keeping the restrooms, try to keep them clean and stuff, but at some point, sometimes you just,
Could we
Not
get
that it
some-
would stay, but not that it would stay, but do we have anything posted like on the doors or in there of when we do clean? So they know.
with our Parks and Board, people that we have or whatever, Doug came to me the other day and he brought us a whole bunch of Smile, You're on Camera signs. We're short a few, so I didn't want to throw some up until I get the other ones in, but I mean, anything that's cheap that we can try to help us, you know, put them up there or whatever. So we're working on that as we speak. So we're trying to do different things.
What about game cameras? Just put one up across from it, see if we couldn't catch some.
As long as nobody sees us putting them up or doing it or whatever, because once they see it, they take them.
Yeah.
I mean, we had one out at the brush dump and like in the inside with the gate closed and everything, and it's gone. So people are people. People are going to take what they want, get what they want. As long, like I said, yes. So
You could
there's
attach it
multiple,
to the- Well, no, never mind.
there's kind of different things we can do. I want to say what we want to do right over in front of everything, you know, so the people that are watching, they, oh, that's what he's going to do. Okay. So yeah, you know, but we're trying. But I have addressed the restroom situations and stuff. I have taken care of that.
You want to roll into all your? You want to roll?
You
into
want me
all your
to?
departments
We
when
can.
you're done.
We can.
Okay.
I do want to comment. I'm disappointed you chose different pictures this year.
No, I changed my pictures up this year because everybody made fun of me. I was the short one.
Okay.
So
Public
this is
Works-
my streets and curbs and gutters guys here, my streets people and stuff.
Public Works.
60, yeah,
Yeah.
Public Works.
You
Okay.
can see over this past, since we started back in October or whatever, we've had over almost 100 something work orders about drainage, alley issues, overgrown brush, stuff like that we do and stuff. And one thing we do with the code enforcement, we help them out is we have actually, matter of fact, sorry, that's going to be my next department. Skip that, but we've taken care of majority of all of our work orders. We're almost probably about 90% completed with all of our work orders and stuff in that department. So they're the ones that get out there when it floods, they clean the drains, they make sure the water's flowing, they make sure the streets are running, potholes are taken care of. We try to do and take care of much street repairs as we can without having to rebuild a whole street because we just don't really have the money to do a whole street or block or two at a time. So yeah, so we do that, but same with them, just like anybody else. Just 3 of them and a supervisor on that crew.
Is this, the annual spend, is this last year's or is this the current year?
This is the current year.
What you're going to be going through for next year?
No, this is what's current from 2025 to 2026.
Okay, what are you going to be, are you going to be needing an increase?
Well,
Mhm.
and I can bring this up because I know Brandon brought it up earlier or whatever and stuff. And, I sit down with Cynthia the other day and stuff. And again, our city manager resigned before we could get through all of this. Me and him sat down a couple of times and it was this has been a difficult time for me too, or whatever, because I've always had guidance and direction. I'm a directional person, you kind of tell me what you need and what you want me to do. I'll take care of it. I can take care of my budget, but I didn't have that with this year. So when I'm looking at my budget, I feel if I can keep my budget, what I've got, I can roll another year with what we got without having to, I know we need equipment always, we need
Okay.
pump trucks, we need this and that, but I can stay away for a year or so. And like I said, do with what I got, use the little tax note money that I do have. We do still have some in streets and drains and stuff that we just need to ask for more money, to take out of it. But there's money there that I can get this done. So I'm thinking as long as I can keep what I have on my budget, I'm good for this year.
This is across the whole board and all.
That would be almost on all of my deal. There's
Okay.
two departments. Well, one's fairly simple, my maintenance guy and the water guy. I just need computers for them, for their offices. But I mean, asking for $1,000 each department.
Was that,
That can come out of tax note.
did we not approve computers earlier this year?
No.
Not for us.
They just didn't.
And I just have 2 guys. My mechanic doesn't have a computer. And when he's out trying to find parts and look for parts, he has no way he's on his phone like this, trying to find parts and call and stuff. So again, I'm not talking nothing serious. A basic desktop computer he can get on. He has a city email too, so we can email, but he can look parts up and this and that. And then Paul, my water supervisor, he has a little laptop that we've got him. It's hard for him. He needs to get on there and deal with TCEQ and TWRA and everybody and stuff. So he needs a basic desktop too.
Okay.
So
Two
I
desktops.
just got to ask, I know that MLK is in the future to get
Mm-hmm.
fixed. Is 4th Street on the hill at any point?
Mhm.
Okay, good. I
It's
just got,
coming. And,
okay.
and again,
And it needs to be
when we
looked out.
start really wanting to talk about doing roads and this and that and asking for money, yes, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to draw y'all. I'm going to tell y'all what I feel like number 1 to number 20 is that needs to be done.
It's just getting dangerous. It's getting very
All
dangerous.
getting-
And being that I just had to drive a loved one with 2 broken ribs and a broken shoulder up there, it was extremely painful. And again, as you're coming up the hill, it pulls you to the middle of the lane. And so just throwing that out there that I want my hill people to hear I'm talking for y'all.
Got you. No, I'm with you 100%. And the only other thing, well, we'll get to it when we get to that department, but that was 160. 170, this is my solid waste department. This is my leaf and limb guys.
Mhm.
Awesome. I mean, I can't do nothing. And then there's also my shredder guy in here, which is, I put these out before everything changed. Cause if y'all saw back in the streets department, Sean was still in there, but Sean has now moved and went to building inspector. So I've actually moved Jonathan Brooks out of solid waste and moved him to the streets department. So he's in there now. So I actually have an opening for him. And Vincent Adams is now retired too. So he's not here. So I got 2 openings right now for that job. But one thing I was going to mention to y'all with our shredder guy, we help out with code enforcement and stuff to when we have empty lots that need to be shred and they've posted and people haven't responded and they need these lots, you know, for rodents and stuff. If it's an empty lot, maybe a single tree in the middle of it or whatever, but as long as there's no houses, no fences or no nothing, my shredder guys will go by and shred, take care of it, mow it down, turn the paper back into the code enforcement, and then they take it from there. I don't know how they do all the billing or whatever, but we do help out with that part. And we do all the shredding on the city easements around town. Once again, you can see here since October, 300 work orders in leaf and limb. I mean, these people know we're still coming every day. They know what day their route is. They know when we're coming, but they're still going to let us know and put out a work order for us to make sure we come by and pick up every day. But yeah, cemetery. Tyrone can probably vouch a little bit for this or whatever, but mowing and weed eating is tough already. But just put some headstones and markers and all this stuff and good stuff in the way and see it's hard to mow. It's really hard to mow. And I have 2 guys that take care of the whole Oak Hill Cemetery and the Mount Pleasant Cemetery. And they do a really, really, really great job. They keep up with it. In the past couple years, I've had very, very, very little complaints about the cemetery. So don't get me wrong. There's days it catches up to us and we have to send some more staff out there to help them get caught up or whatever, because it's easy to get behind, you know, especially with the rain and the grass. But the 2 guys, yeah, it's a lot. And I worry about them sometimes. And I'm lucky that I have 2 out there because it's so hot and they're out there by themselves. When one of them takes off, we actually bring the other one in and put them on another crew because I don't let nobody go out there by themselves in this heat and weed eat and mow by themselves because we don't know what's going to happen. So it happens. And one of my guys going on vacation all next week. So so we'll be kind of slow on that part. Maintenance department. That's my maintenance guys. Brad, he's our mechanic. I have 1 mechanic. He takes care of all the utility departments. He takes care of the police department. He takes care of the airport, courtesy vehicles and everybody else in around town and the citizens. Sometimes if we see them flat and on the side of the road or something, he has a air compressor on the side of his truck that he will come by, stop by and air them up just to get these people to where they need to be so that they're not just stuck on the side of the road somewhere. So he does a lot. And just like anybody else, he's a great employee. He's somebody that needs to be there, but he also needs to take his vacation and his time away, you know, with his family and stuff. So when he goes on vacation, we all just kind of try to pitch in and do what we can to make things happen. We're like, please don't break down. Please don't break down, you know, but hey, we got people we know and we have people that we can take to shops It'll cost us, but we try not to. We try to make it happen with what our guy, but great guy. And I think, we're about 2 years in now with Dean. Dean is our maintenance guy. He is one of our guys that takes care of everything in this town. If a light switch falls off, or if something needs to be hung, or if, a sprinkler system's broke, or whatever he's got to do, and he can build, he takes care of everything for us. He's out and about everywhere. You can see him. So, great guy. I think it was a great investment to move him and make that maintenance department or whatever, because it really helps, Saves us a lot of money. And Patrick too. And we kind of decided, I guess we went through this and we haven't really talked, but Patrick is our custodian guy here. And he actually comes to my shop too. And he cleans some of our stuff and this and that. But we've always had a decision, when I was back here and Jack was here, he always came and talked to Jack, like, I need to take off. I need to do this. I need to do that. So he started coming to me and I was kind of like, well, Jennifer's here, you kind of work with Jennifer. So I think Jennifer kind of took over and stuff. So now when you talk about people that don't like change, yeah, he's working it. But man, I'm gonna tell you what, one of the greatest guys in the world, man. That dude's gonna be here. If he's gonna tell you he's gonna be here, he's gonna be here. He's gonna be here on time. And he's gonna work his butt off until it's time to go. So I can't do no more but vouch how good he is to be here. So, once again, here's my electric department. These are the guys that keep the power going. Everybody's power's on. Everybody's running all the time. You can see we're tree trimming. We're doing the best we can. This is the one department out of my budget that we cut last year. It was a $35,000 budget cut that we took out for tree trimming, that we usually have professional tree trimmers come in for 2 weeks a year. And they go through our main 3-phase feeders and places we can't get to, and they have to climb or they have to get in, and they cut all these trees out of the power lines to keep the power up and running so we don't take out a third to a half of the town. It got cut out of my budget last year. We're fine. I mean, we made it through, but we've had I've kind of seen, we've had quite a few outages up on Pecan Shores area and stuff. And it's all those trees growing through the river and everything and stuff that, we try to get down in there, but we can't climb. We can't climb trees and stuff to get cut out. And that would be places like that where we would have these tree trimmers come in and cut and everything. But it was cut out of my budget last year and I was fine with that. I mean, we're doing the best we can, but like I said, we're causing a little bit more outages with the trees. I would like to try to put it back in.
You talking 35,000?
35,000, and that takes care of the contractors for 2 weeks.
That's the contractors that do all the.
They'll do all the main lines. It's 2 crews, 4 guys per crew and a supervisor, and they'll come in for 40 to 45 plus hours a week and cut.
Okay.
Recycling.
Oh, yeah.
A beautiful new little recycling machine. So, hey, 64K is about what we spend out of this budget. We've been doing really good. We've learned how to really recycle the right way to where we actually make money instead of just giving it away and stuff. But prices of things have gone up too. We have to buy baling wire to bale these things and stuff and this and that. And, it's gotten costly and stuff for us. But Bobby does a great job. I worry about him being down there by himself. And the reason being, one, heat, cold, whatever. But then we also have the citizens. We have a bunch of great citizens, but then we have some that don't like when Bobby comes and, tries to teach them how to do this right and do the right way. And sometimes we get a lot of heated moments and I get calls and I have to go down there and take care of people or whatever, or they come here or whatever and stuff. And it just worries me. Again, he's one of the ones too that I really feel like one day we might need to staff up and get somebody, green hand or whatever to at least be down there to help. He's also got a job that, he has to stop and talk to people and say, hey, do you have a deal in this and that? Well, that's just taken away from him doing his job while he's there trying to bale and recycle and move stuff. And we learned this the other day too, that when we have trucks come to pick up our bales, cardboards and stuff and this and that, either I have to pull somebody from another crew or 2 to come over and help load, or Bobby goes over across the street away from the recycling center to take care of loading and this and that, but now we got the thing wide open. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but we don't know if people are coming in without permits or not, or what. So nobody's there to man it. So he's there. So again, something to think about. It's not a major 100% thing that has to be done today.
How much revenue is the recycling center doing?
I was gonna, and I meant to ask Cynthia the other day because I've been sending her all the bills and we should have just got a couple more bills in the other day. I would have to get you an answer on that. I really couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
If you remind, it'll be in the financial report. You'll be able to see the sale of recyclables and stuff. So
Memberships are
remind
about
me, I'll try to remember and look.
30,000. They're close to it because the memberships are, I think there's 280 from out of town, 260, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if we're bringing in enough.
Yeah, it's offsetting
This-
to this.
I think, like I said, I'm great. I'm glad though. I'm glad we're actually making revenue now than when we weren't, I mean, we would just be out there with 10 cardboard bales and my guy was like calling the truck, hey, come over here. And then they were charging us $500 because we weren't filling up a truck. So now we've got the room and we're storing all the materials. So we're making loads. And I think we've already carried probably like 20 cardboard loads and like 20 plastic loads already since October last year, which is pretty good money when it comes all set down to it.
And this new baler has helped a whole lot.
New baler has helped a lot.
Because all the paper that was loose and everything, it's now baled and everything else and put up. It makes it, and you get more money because it's baled, it's heavier, so you can.
Correct.
We can put out
Yeah.
more out there.
I mean, if it's getting to a point of you're needing staff, but it's also making significantly more money, in my mind, this really should be revenue neutral.
Yeah.
I believe once we and we've been working on this as a crew over there too, we're trying to make a little bit more space, kind of organize a little bit more. And I talked to Jimmy, I'm working with the guy to get a green haul trailer that we can get out to the school.
Yeah.
Because one thing I learned, if you bale solid white paper, $1,700 a bale.
Yeah.
If I somewhere in the way I can ever get just milk jugs alone by itself and just take all the caps off and we bale just nothing but number 2 milk jugs only, that's like $1,600 a bale. So when we're mixing them with number 2s though, you're only getting like $300 a bale, when they get mixed, because now they got to go back and unbreak them, sort them out or whatever. So if there's any way we could ever make solid white paper and solid milk jugs, and then we had the room we just don't have the room to separate all of them for him to make a bale.
We're getting there with the.
But we're getting there.
White paper, and we're also getting there with the school district has 4 memberships, so they had said that just load their trucks up with cardboard and bring it. That's a lot more cardboard. Amazon is a big big deal at the schools. So
one thing I wanted to go back to real quick to my electric guys to just let y'all know, because I want to give them the praise for this, but y'all remember they take care of 4th of July. Christmas, all the lighting, all the stuff all the banners that come up, everything that goes down the bridge. When we did this 250th celebration or whatever, and we got with the Downtown Alliance and stuff, and we got the flags hung for them. Them flags, one blow of wind, they're all wrapped up. Hey, can y'all please do it? So they would make time, every day during the day to try to go out there and unravel the flags. As soon as they leave, they probably rolled right back up. But I just want to always put praise to them, because you know what, that's one. And again, all of my guys, nobody ever really complains when they're asked to do something. They just, if you tell them, hey, I need to get this done and it has to be done, they just do it, man. That's what they're designed to do.
The storm that came through the day after y'all put them up.
Yeah. That's us. And they're there. So yes, definitely. Sorry, I wrote that down. I forgot to say that earlier. And then my last 2 departments is my wastewater department. Y'all know how that goes. Right now I have a supervisor, I have an operator, and I have 3 guys. One guy got released the other day. He's got some medical issues or whatever, and he wasn't going to be able to make it back. So we've actually been working with just 2 guys to get everything done with the supervisor and the operator when we can. So we got an open position for that coming open. So we're going to try to get it filled or whatever. But they're the ones that take care of all the wastewater in this town. And they're very thankful. They want to let me tell y'all they're very thankful because for getting us $250,000 to get these plants up and running and the water plant and everything, man, they're like, it's just going to help them stress down and not have to worry about being out in the middle of the night or during the day or whatever to help get this done. So
yeah, getting 5 years out of gas.
Yes.
That helps us move with the line that's going down 95.
Correct.
That's a big
Correct.
help.
Correct.
I think you should talk a little bit more about that because the 250 is actually causing the whole wastewater treatment plant cost to come down as well too.
Correct, correct. So, and yes, do I want a vacuum truck? Man, I've been wanting a vacuum truck for 5 years already, you know, but I just never got the number right. And now I do, but that's okay. I'm good. I mean, like I said, we have local people that help us and they come and they, you know, dispense for us and stuff and take out the sewer for us when we need to. It just costs money and time. We got to find them and get them here, you know, and stuff. But hey, we're team players. We're going to be here. We're going to take care of this no matter what. So I think that takes care of all of my people. Do y'all have any questions?
Did wastewater also?
Yeah, water, wastewater, same department, same crew. So the 4 guys that are there right now, we're about to add a head, or not add a head count. We're going to fill that spot. So we'll have 5. They take care of 2 departments.
So you're good with your budget? If we can roll the same?
If we can roll the same, like I said, and like I said, because I have that extra little tax money, you know, from 2025 that will help me get through. Of course, we're just going to have to watch the infrastructure. I mean, that's just day to day, you know, as we go. But I think I'm okay. We've gotten everything up and running with the 250,000 to help us on the water wastewater side. The electrical upgrade just got done. I think we can live. We can do what we have to do to make it through another year to help here.
The 35,000's for the trees.
The trees.
Stop having any electric problems. Get them out of the way.
I'm not going to tell you it's not going to stop having electric problems. But
Okay,
it's going to
make them be
It's
better.
going to help us much more, trust me. And then, like you said, a couple computers for my guys. That's it. That's all I'm asking right now. And then to compensate all of them, just, you know, whether it's, you know, the cost of living, just, you know, make sure we make the right decision or merit one or the other if we however we got to go. That's all I ask.
Question that I had that is slipping, Highline. I know that there's been a lot of overtime work and replacement. Are we getting refunded or reimbursed properly with them?
I'm going to tell you no. And what's happening is right now is we're turning in invoices of parts and labor and hours, and they're fighting it, you know, and they're turning it down and they're like, no, and we're sending it back. And then they say, okay, we're going to look into it. But like right now we're over in our budget. If you look on our piping and stuff and like the water and the wastewater on some of it. And that's because of all these unexpected hits that we had or whatever and stuff. So
And that's extremely upsetting because they stood here and promised.
Yes,
They were.
yes. Now,
basically,
again, I'm going
we're
to
blow
say,
through everything.
I'm going to tell you no right now, because right as of today, I have not got paid for it, but I'm hoping that we're going to come to a decision with that and stuff.
I think
And-
we should put that on the August meeting too.
Okay. And we'll keep everything together.
Because
That was
In a
that
meeting
one
with
video-
Highline, and can we get Highline on that meeting? Get them,
Yeah.
because, I mean, we'll tell them how we feel.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. And he knows, like I said, again, I'm saying no today
Mhm.
because I've not gotten a
Well, hopefully
confirmation
here's the pressure.
confirmation that, yes, they're going to pay it. But I've also been turning in all that stuff and this and that. So I'm just waiting for them to say, hey, all right, I got it. We're good. We're going to pay you and be done. I know one guy, a citizen, called in or something on a Highline, and they pulled a whole bunch of open records from us and everything about them digging into his sewer line and trying to compensate him. And they were fighting him tooth and nail about it and stuff. So I was, again, as of right this second, as I stand here at this podium, I'm going to tell you no, but tomorrow could be a whole different thing once I talk to them and get everything. And they could confirmation and say, yes, we'll pay for it and we get reimbursed for it.
When you talk about that in the August meeting,
Yes.
especially if you haven't heard from them, can you
Right.
bring the video of your guys neck high and
Yeah, that water. Yeah.
display up here, please?
Yes.
Rec center, I mean, you made a swimming pool.
Well, and that's 3 times that it broke loose on us, but that wasn't Highline. That was actually the Highway 95 project that hit that one or whatever. So that was a whole different, but they've been on board with taking care of everything and stuff, buying the material, fixing it. They just asked for some help with our pumps because we got bigger pumps, you know, that'll pump 30,000 gallons out, you know, in 2 or 3 minutes. So that's what we've been asking. But yes, I can definitely talk about that. And
Those
so-
guys got a huge grant. I think it started at like 40 million and it's up to like 60 million. So they
That
can
may be
cover
where your
that.
35,000 comes.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. I hear you. So, and that want to bring back a question too, when you brought that up, because I forgot to talk. I've been looking at y'all, but our bulk water has went from this much to like, we can't even stop it. We are not a how do I say this? On my crew, we're not a bulk water distributor. I don't have a guy that I hire to sit over there at the bulk water station all day long and open bulk water for these guys, but we do. And it takes away from the two of my guys getting off of a job to go run over, unlock the bulk water so that we can get all these contractors and all the High Line and the Highway 95 and all the locals and all the outside locals because, our bulk water is so cheap that it's been taking a lot away from us just doing that with them. Definitely we need to go up on our prices, and we've kind of somewhat talked. We haven't decided what and how much or whatever, but we've talked about it. There's another deal, and I'm getting a guy, he's trying to get me a quote because I just kind of want to see what kind of ball figure we're looking at. But they make they come out and they retrofit your bulk water and put like a building in, and they'll retrofit it and put it out. And I have no clue how much this costs. He's about to send it to me because there's going to be some software to it, or there'll be a credit card machine. These people can pull up, they can hook on, put their credit card in, it turns on, they get all the water they want. When it's done, it tells them how much gallons they got and it charges their credit card and they're out the door. We never have to be there.
Oh, that would pay for itself in a short period.
It will. But again, I can't tell you today, 20,000, 120,000. I have no clue. I talked to the guy yesterday and I sent him a whole bunch of pictures today and stuff. And he's going to come down next week and he's going to bring a proposal just to say, hey, this is what you can do for this much, and this much. But again, that's just me trying to find out how much it's going to cost. So
Are they going to ask for a percentage of the bulk water, what they sell? Or
I don't know. He didn't tell me that far yet. So
Okay. All right.
I would imagine it's going to do something in the software or something. I would think so, but I'm not, again, not my cup of tea. He's going to tell me all about that when he
I think
comes.
the reality also on that is we're talking about the person filling up the trucks, but then we're also not talking about Cynthia's staff that's having to bill
That's correct.
for the
Because
current truck.
these people have to come up here.
Mhm.
They have to get with Jennifer's staff up front and everything, the utility girls. They got to be honest and tell them, hey, I need 5,000 gallons of water. They might have a 20,000 gallon tank out there and we don't know, but they'll pay for it here. They'll take up all the parking spots out in the front and block the whole main street because they got a truck and trailer and they don't know where to park. Then they got to call us to come over there. Well, if my guys are working, time is money, not just for us, but for the bulk water people. Now they get over to the bulk water station. They're like, hey, hello, are they ever coming? Well, my guy's down in the middle of a hole fixing a water leak. I can't just pull them out, make them run right over there. So I'm looking for staff, trying to find somebody. They're getting phone calls left and right. They're calling me. Can anybody go over there? And I'm like, man, we're trying our best. We're trying to get there as quick as possible. So yeah. Our bulk water's gone up a lot in the past year.
Yeah, I see people over there
A
all
lot,
the time.
a lot.
All-
And I don't know if anybody's gone by there in the fire station, but we just had it re-insulated and everything because my God, it was so ugly and nasty and the winter's coming, if it does, hopefully, and stuff from what they're saying. But we actually just had it re-insulated and everything. It actually looks really nice. Really nice. Looks good.
Yeah, and I think for just my own seeing how this is, I mean, the day we went out to MD Anderson, I think it was 3 or 4 hours we were out there understanding what's happening with the sewer line out there. And the entire time someone was filling up water
Yeah.
that entire time. And so this does seem like a cost that needs to be figured out.
And again, Jennifer's group, she texts Paul and his group and they kind of take care of it, throw me out of the side, which is good for me because I got way much to do. But then one day, my whole guys were booked. So I sent Dean over there one day and I was like, Dean, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to just camp out there all day and do bulk water. And every time he would get there, he would take a picture of the starting thing and then take a picture of the ending and he would send it. And he put me in the text message. And I was like, dude, quit texting me because I'm busy. And I mean, it was so much that day. I was like, are you serious? He's like, look, and he would take a picture and the people would be in a line waiting to get bulk water. It really did. I'm not lying. I was like, please take me out of the group text or whatever. Just make it happen. So, but it is, again, I just wanted to bring that up. So I'm good. I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all. That should be all my departments. If y'all have any questions, y'all can
Thank you, sir.
call me.
We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Rec Center, Department 152, head count 11, 423K. Are you,
I'll tell you what, my brain is mush after this summer with all the camps. So I'm going to try to articulate some of the stuff that we've got going on. Most of the stuff is pretty much what we have been doing. There's not a whole bunch new that we've implemented. Like, summer camps are booming. After school programs are already full. We've got 50 kids signed up for that for the upcoming year. Fall festival, we have daily. We've got a lot of charter schools that we've become their home gym for their volleyball and basketball games and things of that nature. Just various rentals programs. I will give a heads up that a lot of our fitness classes will be, I guess, just leaving. So Zumba might be the only one sticking around. And so that I know will obviously be probably a topic of conversation at some point. One is moving away and the other one just hasn't come back, which is not necessarily, we don't do anything budget wise with them. It's just a food for thought that I know, the citizens have been wanting. Like I said, there's not a whole bunch that has changed, from year to year with us. I did get door counters this past year, so that's why my average daily customer count changed from last year, because I actually know roughly how many people are actually coming in those doors, and it even surprised me. I've had no idea that there was honestly that many people coming in after the time I left, and then the time that I came in that next morning. The revenue also went up obviously from last year to this year. We've already actually exceeded the 175. It's closer to 180 now. So yeah, we're just rocking and rolling, and we're alive over there, and sometimes surviving, not thriving, but we're getting it done.
I gotta say, I appreciate y'all so much. As a single parent, I could not do it without the rec center. Between after school program and my kid has been in the summer program all summer long. It's feasible. You help us so much, and I really, really, truly appreciate all the programs that you have for us, for our kids.
Yeah. And we've really had, pretty much average is about 40 kids each week. This week we had closer to 50. Our next week, which will be our last week of summer camps, that has about 50 kids too. Some have been a little bit lower, but for the most part, they've been packed. And then, we'll take, if we have room for a drop in, we'll take a drop in. If we take someone that just has popped up, it's like, if we got room, we'll take you. I think this last week was the only time that we've really had to turn someone away because we couldn't take the extra head count.
I know there was some stuff with the cleaning contract last year. It was taken out and then it was put back in.
So
And I
it was
know-
reduced.
Okay.
And part of that was a safety net of not knowing, how the budget needed to work. So it was a little bit of a safety net. This particular year, it will probably go away altogether, mainly because I need that money in maintenance. Right now the contract is only one time a week. And I mean, that's great, but we're having to clean pretty much every day anyways. I mean, we can't just leave it, for a Sunday. But what I do need is more money in my maintenance budget. I need more money in summer camps. I need more money in after school because that's where it's at right now. Maintenance for sure, because I mean, I think my current one is like $7,500, maybe $5,000. And I burn through that in a couple of months. And I already know that I've got, higher ticket items that don't need to get looked at that I haven't even gotten quotes on yet. Cause I'm like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know what this cost is going to be. But there's some plumbing issues, in the ladies' restroom that need to be addressed. Some stuff in the kitchen that needs to be addressed. So just things that I know are going to cost more money in order to keep this building, going how it needs to go. It has to get tended to.
Can you get us kind of a cost estimate of what it would take to fix both of those by the next meeting?
Yes. I think the kitchen is probably closer to like $1,000, maybe a little bit more. It's a compressor for one of the fridges. Plumbing, I haven't done yet, but I will. And I think I know the company that I'm going to ask to get that quote. So.
Again, I'm going to ask this, can that come out of tax note? Because those are repairs to the building?
The plumbing should, the refrigerator, I don't think can.
I know if it's infrastructure, repairs to her building and infrastructure, it should be covered because we had money. That was what money was put in there for.
Okay.
Was the initial infrastructure and stuff any kind of repairs to buildings and stuff. So it should be, I mean, if I don't know, I can call Andrew and find out,
Okay.
but I'm positive
I
any
would,
kind of a bathroom repair would be able to be.
the reason I ask is because the refrigerator repair, that's a built-in, is it not? Or is it a freestanding?
Oh, it's freestanding.
It's a freestanding.
Yeah, it's not the walk-in.
It's not the walk-in? Okay, we can figure that one out.
The, I know we authorized money for the roof repair and also the, projection system. Is that completed yet?
The roof has been completed. The AV is going to be closer to the beginning of August.
Okay.
I did email whatever the guy's name was. I did email him back. So I think our target is we were trying to get to that middle of August for it to be completed. I don't think I've gotten an answer back from him yet.
Yeah, I'd like to use that room for the town halls
Mhm.
for the wastewater. So I want to make sure we have that ready because that's going to be like the 18th.
18th, yeah.
18th.
Yeah, so that's what I sent him right after our conversation. I'd emailed him that. So
And then with that, I'm assuming those came in on budget and there wasn't any leftover that we could use for the bathroom.
no, because I mean, the quote is what,
Okay.
yeah, it was what it was quoted at.
So is this 423, is that your current ask for the next year or is that?
That's what it, or the one is now. My current one probably won't change except whatever happens with insurance or salaries or anything like that. But as far as my ask, I'm just taking from one item and moving it down.
Okay, so it's going to stay about the same for what you're doing. Okay.
I know when the Parks and Rec Board came up here, they asked for money for the round tables. Are y'all expecting more revenue out of that?
Sure. I mean, obviously it would be an increased price for people to rent those. I mean, it'll probably take a couple years to truly get it all back.
Okay.
I think it'll be a nice addition, to be able to offer that kind of stuff. I haven't ordered them yet only because I really don't have the room. Honestly, I'll probably go and just get it done and throw them on the stage for now until we've got a lift that we've got to get out. And so, I mean, the stage kind of becomes our storage area with some of that big stuff. So I'll probably just pull the trigger, get those done so we don't waste too much more time on that.
Okay. Yeah, because I guess I was under the understanding it was the type of events that needed the round tables were passing us out. I didn't realize it was just.
I mean, yes and no. I think because whenever we have like those wedding receptions and banquets and things of that nature, it'd be a nice offer. And we have had a couple people ask, throughout the years.
Yeah.
But again, to just kind of keep up with those trends of, hey, we have banquet tables, we have, whatever. It'd be nice.
Okay.
You good? Okay. Any questions?
Thank you. No.
I have a question. Maybe way in the future, but what's the condition of the floors, the gym floor like?
So the gym floor, it's a pretty hardy floor. That I could probably wait another year. It'll have to get restriped at some point. But as far as the actual, floor itself, I mean, it's pretty good. Wishful thinking they have the same type of flooring that looks like hardwood, and I'd love that, but it's pricey. So that floor is going to have to make us another, 26 years. But yeah, no, it just every so often I have to just get it restriped to get, the lines all, fresh and clean. But other than that, it's pretty good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
So is the Department 155, is that you? Oh, that's you. Okay. Y'all could talk about it. Okay.
Yeah. And technically what you see up there is what our current spend for this year is. It's going to be basically the same again next year. Some of them are the boot camp, the juvenile boot camp. That's the same rate. It's going to be the same amount. The only other thing, because we don't give, unless you want to start opening up, I don't think we're doing any of those extra organizations, all the nonprofits. So those are no longer in there. The only other thing that's in there is the hot tax allocation, which I'll come up with a number, but that number is equally offset what the revenue is. So it's a net effect on your budget. There's no, if I raise it to 60,000, it's still going to be 60,000 revenue. So it's going to have a net effect on your budget. The only other thing I think that's in there is The city pays for like the chamber that the people that are in the buildings, the electricity and the water and stuff like that. That's in there, but it all should relatively stay the same.
Okay.
And going forward, there's no, no changes that I know of in any of that.
This is Chamber, the the Long Pines Artists Association.
Chamber building, because it's city building, the museum, museum, and then I think the old county building where the workforce is a city building, so it's on city insurance and then the electricity and water, but that was something that was, their city,
These are the same ones we've.
it's
had.
the same ones that we've had for a
So that's
couple of
this
years.
kind of what we're at. That'll be what we.
Yeah,
put in there.
there's, like I said, there'll be no big changes to any of that.
Okay.
I don't know if you can answer this, but do you know if we're taking advantage of the partnership with the Bastrop County Juvenile Boot Camp? I asked this because I ran into Officer Reese, who is over some of the programs there, and he was like, y'all need to be out here taking advantage of it. And I'm like, well, I don't know.
I mean, we partner and we pay a set fee so that my understanding that the kids from Smithville can, use that service. But if they offer other services, I don't. Yeah, we send it, if that's what you're referring to. I don't know.
I just want to make sure we're getting the best bang for our buck as we're with this.
Yeah, I mean,
partnership.
there's an agreement that we have, and it's been the same rate. It's $4,620. It's been that number since I've been here. That's an amount that we pay to the county in that partnership with them. And then, like I said, our kids go to that facility to that boot camp.
I do know that, being that I had a teenager at one point, the parents are responsible to get them to that boot camp. So we don't haul them anywhere. And I think they try to keep them here as much as they can, and then, ship them over if they would. So that's kind of the issue, is that a lot of those kids don't have the way to get to that spot. So they have to choose to stay here. And I think they have to pay. Do they have to pay if they go to Bastrop? Like I said, I had a teenager once, and
I don't know. I know, they used to be in the building down here at the
Yes.
end, but my understanding is now that those kids, some of the kids are at the Brown Primary. Brown Primary is the buildings that they're in now, that's divvied off, I think. DAEP
Yeah.
is where they're held at. And like I said, we've paid the same fee. We pay that fee per those agreements. And it, like I said,
gotcha.
so our kids do from the school, that's where they go.
Thank you, Cynthia.
You good?
The Sandy strain.
Okay. Let me wake up.
It's not even 8 o'clock.
Do you get up at 5 in the morning?
I actually do.
You're so young.
I'm a morning person.
Okay, sure. Jimmy, the first thing you're gonna ask is on the annual spend, that this is the current year, not the upcoming. I think I've been before you guys the last 3 meetings and discussed the projects that are going on. So just to update you, the project right now going on at the terminal, the roof was replaced this week. That was done, one and done, as they say. The guys are coming next week. They're going to remove the ceiling grid, insulation, light fixtures and everything. And I got to give, Bubba's still here. Kudos to his guys for coming out whenever I need hands at the airport. He'll send guys out to help. They're going to come out and help move all the furniture out of the building while we get the ceiling redone. And then come back, put it back in there. And then I have some cleaning ladies that'll be in there cleaning everything up. And the mechanics can move back in their office and get set up. So that'll all be pretty much wrapped up next week. On the other side of things, the big lighting project will start on Monday. And I've already posted a notum earlier this week that's a notice to airmen that the airport will be closed as of Monday. And that will last probably 20 days. If they work as fast as they tell me they work, I think it could be as little as 15. So my fuel sales will pretty much go to zero for 2 to 3 weeks. But on the upside, in the last 2-3 weeks, we've had sales like never before. And Cynthia and I were talking today, every 2 days we get the credit card receipts come from AvFuel. And typically they're $2,000 to $3,000. The one today was like $7,500 for the last 2.5 days. So most of these guys know that the airport's going to be closed, so they're all flying over and getting fuel while they can. Moving on to other things, as far as the airport, I think y'all all know what I do out there. The based aircraft that we have out there is 43. That's on the official FAA document records. Average takeoff and landings per year. So we had 23,552. This report is as of year to date. So that is 16,364 is what we had last year. So that gives you an idea where we are, and we're still not through the year yet. This is the important number that the FAA sees when they look at grant funding for our airport. Year-to-date fuel purchased, $194,378, and that was 51,124 gallons, costing $225,000, sold at $225,454 for a profit of $31,076. The year-to-date revenue, now this would be across the airport, is $307,270. Year-to-date expenses, $272,468, which on our current profit loss would be a profit of $34,802. So all that looks great. The big difference, and I have to give kudos to Cynthia for holding my hand through teaching me budget process. In all of my previous years in business, I never had to do a budget like you guys work on here. And she's she has taught me what to do. And I've completed putting that together. I delivered that to her today. And then at the next meeting, when she puts together the yellow sheets, that budget that I worked on, after she approves it, will go in there. So you'll see the actual numbers for 26, 27. Oh, no, wait, she has to approve what I do and tell me if I made mistakes, but I'm getting the numbers in the right columns now. So let's see. And then I was telling you the lighting project will start next week. I've been spending a lot of time in Zoom meetings with TxDOT officials, engineers, and the electrical contractors. Everything has to be talked about and planned over and over and over. But a lot of this revolves around safety too. Also, in the next year, 26-27 budget, what you'll see at the big numbers included in that will be what I presented to you last meeting, is on the AWAS system. That $200,000 cost is plugged in there. The parallel taxiway engineering, the $300,000 will be plugged in there. But when you go to the revenue side, you'll see $180,000 from that AWAS being refunded back to, or cost shared with the city, and then $270,000. So our net on that is $50,000 on the city's part, or our 10%. As far as timing, and I think earlier you alluded to some of that, Jimmy, as to when the bond guys were here. The fiscal year starting October 1st, we will be sending a, not a letter of intent, a notice to proceed to the engineers in September, so that they'll get everything together and start October 1st. They will begin that engineering. And I still haven't gotten anything on paper from them, just in word of mouth conversations, that they were going to hold off all billing till the end of the project, when not the end of the project, but the end of the engineering completed. And from the two guys that I've talked to, that they say, that's a non-issue, don't worry about it, we'll help y'all any way we can. But we'll also have our new ramp grant money come through that will be able, that $100,000. And then the NPE, the non-primary entitlement money, will be coming through, which we get that 150,000. That's Fed money that comes every year. You can use it or you can bank it up over 4 or 5 years. And that was when we made that original hangar purchase of the 10 hangars several years back. That's where that money came from, was NPE money. So that was federal. Now, what we're doing on this project here, the AWAS being installed will be state money from TxDOT, but the engineering portion of the parallel taxiway, that will be federal money. And I think that's about everything. Oh, down on the current issues. Yeah, there's several things I mentioned there. One is removing the airport manager position from the city manager's role. That's something you guys will need to look at as you look at your new city manager or your interim city manager and that thing. I had spoke to the mayor one day about, I'm in kind of, my hands are kind of tied right now because I don't have the airport manager authority to sign some of the documents that he needs to sign. And I have to come up here and get her to sign those. Most of those are looking for the city manager, but they'll accept the mayor. But that's an issue. The AWAS installation is moving forward, and hopefully by the end of the calendar year, it should be well underway. They say the big problem they're finding now is the ordering of the equipment. There's a delay in getting the equipment delivery. The parallel taxiway engineering, like I told y'all, that hopefully in September that will actually get kicked off. Under future needs, the parallel taxiway construction itself will go into next year's budget, as opposed to 26, 27, not 27, 28. And the runway extension, we've got plans of working on the engineering of that. And then hangar funding. I've been in, I don't know how many meetings the last few weeks with Robert Andrade, and we've been looking at all types of sources of funding, everything we talked about, revenue bonds and USDA grants. In fact, I got a call from Jill Strube, of all things, and she is doing a meeting with the USDA people for some projects in Bastrop, and she wanted to invite us over to sit in and meet with those people in person. So I said I'd be glad to be there because I've only talked to them on the phone and gotten the pre-application paperwork.
You can reach out to me. I'll be there with you.
Right, right. That'll be great. Any other specific questions I could answer for you guys?
I know that we're going to be in the next meeting most likely discussing the request for the city manager or the airport manager position. However, it's come to my attention that there may be something we need to get the attorney to speak on, that because you're currently part of the airport board, correct? So there's something to do with our regulations.
Right.
You to not be in that position for a year.
Right. I'd have to be like an ex officio member.
Well, you cannot be hired on with the city until you have not been on the airport board for a year, is my understanding. So we need to understand how to navigate that. I'm not saying I don't.
Oh, I've never heard
but
that, so that's new to me.
Yeah, that's in the rules and regs in the policy book. So we'll have to get some sort of exception or something for that.
It may be like a full council vote to some situations like that, you're allowed a council vote to override something like that. But I think the attorney, so if we can ask him how to navigate that.
And I think y'all probably already have talked or understand that in the code of ordinances, where the role or office of the city manager is created, that paragraph is where that role of airport manager is also said by appointment of the council. So when Ryan was here one time, I asked him about that, and he said, well, that'd just be a matter of y'all amending that particular paragraph.
Perfect.
So, okay.
I know it's on the agenda next month. The only other thing is, I think, for continued support of your airport for citizens is if there's, especially if we make a decision to make you the airport manager, I think it'd be a really good thing for the citizens to see and hear is if you can give an anticipated date that you feel like the airport could be fully self-sufficient. I feel like we're making a lot of investments and we're headed towards a direction where that's a real possibility now.
Right.
And I mean, if that's 5
It's-
years out,
Yeah, it's almost impossible. I mean, we're doing great that we appear to be in the black all the time because we have such good money coming in. But at the same time, when you look at airports statewide and nationwide, they almost all operate in the red. And it's I've always said it's not a function of an airport trying to be there for profit. It's the big picture of what it brings to the community, the city, the county, whatever. But to that point, Brandon, what you're saying, and I talked to Robert about this past week. I think at some point, and I wanted to get with you guys, I know I can't get the entire council together, but maybe speak to two of you at a time and go through this, what I envision the future, where we're at now, and a lot of the things, the little things that you guys don't see going on daily, and kind of give you an overall better picture, because I know you guys are the ones that get faced with talking to the general public and trying to explain why the airport's important to them. They don't own an airplane. They're not an aviator. They're not into aviation. They're not interested in it. They never will go there. What good? But I need for them to understand how important it is to the city, which is their city, and in the overall picture. So I'm going to try to put together like a PowerPoint, which is way too technical for me, but I think there's people here that can help teach me how to do that. But I want to get something together and then at some point get the community together and have an open house or something at the airport here, wherever, just so I can answer these questions and they understand when it's not directly affecting them, how it is affecting them.
yeah, I think it'd be good to.
I know believe me, when I get the calls, when they call up here and want to know who to talk to about that plane that keeps me.
Wait till you're the airport manager.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing it a while, but that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all for the time.
No, thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Sandy, the only thing I have to say is it's a great picture of you.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a good one. It's a good one.
Economic Development, Department 300. 238K down from 390K. All right, that's good. That's always a good thing.
Good evening. First of all, I know I'm between you and dinner, so I will try to be brief. So I am coming down a bit from 390. There was 175 that was geared towards economic development consultant. So that number is part of the equation. If I was looking at what I've done from 2 years ago, I'm up about 14% up from 2 years ago. Right now, what I'm currently focused on, my functions. Essentially, I drive economic development for your community. That's what you hired me to do. Specifically, job creation and investment. But I also pick up a community development piece that is just a part of that program. There's no getting away from it. You need both. There's no question you need both. Currently, the things I'm super focused on, and I say super focused because there's a whole lot of things I'm working on. The First Street initiative is an application for the Main Street program, which would be January of 2027. It's a little over $500 for the application. Right now, this First Street initiative, all it is, it's a year-long application for Main Street. So there's about three big, well, I wouldn't say big, but there are three big components to it. A lot of it's community engagement, and then eventually there is a summary, and then we submit all that paperwork. They've given us a spot on Google so that we can actually upload our information, and then they'll extract that information and allows us to apply for an application in January. We're going well. We are actually a little more ahead of some of the communities. There's a cohort of about 15, about 17 actually. Some are a little further, some are a little further back, but we were pretty lively, and they took a lot of what we did and they extracted it, and they like what we've done so far, which was good. On relationship building with local landowners and non-local developers, I've been here 6 months and 1 week. I don't know why I'm counting, but I have been counting. Realize that that is my biggest hurdle, is getting to know the landowners, understanding what their needs are. I have a multitude of other items I need to work on, but right now that seems to be the one thing that will help us. The landowners have been a little more accommodating. They've come, they visited, they spend time with me. I've built some relationships. The local, non-local developers, I've met several. And then as I start to communicate with the community, I'm starting to get other connections. I've got one from McDonald's the other day. I got one from Whataburger, but I'm also reaching out to locals. Like I've reached out to a couple of businesses that are in LaGrange that I'd like to see if they would add into our community. So those are working fairly well. It's a slow process. Most of these relationships develop over some time. There's one investor that already owns land in our community. I've convinced him that's a good project, what they should do with their particular piece of land. The problem is that they still have to come back and see if indeed it's the right time financially for them to do this project. And we're not asking for a small project. This is a $75 million project. They have to really seek it through and understand that this is a new experience for our community. We've not had a big investment in quite some time. And as I've been told, it's been more than 40 years. I thought it was 30, but somebody corrected me the other day and said it's more about 40, Robert. So these are new. I'm spending a little more time and understanding why the community is not so open to new investment, but I'm realizing that I have a good plan, and I think a lot of people are starting to understand that I'm actually have the community at heart. The wastewater revenue generation, I'm taking a little more active lead in that role. We have about 70% of what we need in order to progress or to proceed forward with our project with regards to the new wastewater system. And what we're trying to do is create revenue so that we will not have to expend as much and not have a long return. So we will pay that thing off hopefully within 10 years, which is a $30 million project in 10 years is actually pretty good. And this new water revenue generation is, if it holds in place, we should be able to do it in 10 years. On the cultural district projects, there's several. We are looking at the development of, we've got our new website that we're about to launch. The website is close. I'm holding things up. There's a couple things that I need to get them. I just got all of the pictures from every single banner that we've ever put up in our city. Just received all of them. I have the names of all of them. And then I need a bio for myself, and I'll get that up. But I was waiting for that one thing. Current issues, well, no, before I get there. My focus right now on economic development has been on investment and job creation. I'm also looking at a small business assistance, programs to assist small business. I've reached out to there is a small business development center that I've reached out to. They've communicated to me that they'd be willing to do a hybrid training where we would have perhaps a room for small business to go to, and they'd sit down and actually talk to professional, but it would be online. We would have a place here, and they would be still in San Marcos or in San Antonio, wherever they're located at the time. So that's something I'm actually working on. Haven't quite gotten to the point where we've actually have more of a commitment on their end, but they have interest, and I still have to make the time to finish that. There's a business retention expansion program that we're working right now with the county. This is to make sure that we keep businesses there and make sure that the businesses that are ready to expand, we can help them expand. But the real issue here is that there is a business in town that has indicated that they want to downsize. And that always puts a bunch of red flags up for me. But it seems to me that their space is no longer relevant to their needs. So that doesn't mean that they're downsizing, just means they have more space than they need. Also focusing on downtown revitalization. I am working with Sandy on airport development. I know I nodded that I wasn't, but I am truly helping him. I'm going to work with him on that PowerPoint presentation. We've started to pull that together. Are you making fun? Okay, that's good. That's just great. Yeah. All right. Working with him, it's been a challenge, I will say. But we also are looking at alternative funding to look at the possibility of reaching out to our national representatives legislatively to see if there's some funding at that arena. We hope that we might have something available to us. We have a meeting with them next Tuesday. Currently, my big projects for economic development are the industrial site development, and I am looking at a South Side Business Corridor project, which most of you should know. I've already reached out to the company I want. Their representative has indicated they liked the lot. I now have to start to pull together a good project that we can possibly be happy with. It would be food and gas for the South Side. I'm hopeful that this project will proceed forward. On the community development piece, I'm working with a group here on affordable and attainable homes. And we are still having a conversation. I have met with a company on Monday. We've had further conversation. It looks like there's some interest. And the new legislative laws that allow for some of that to keep the investor out, the big investors and the smaller investor to get involved. And there's a whole number of things that I'm also working on. But the one thing I want to keep in mind is that there's a home program that we are outstanding on. It's a great program. We should never lose that program. However, we should introduce a home repair program, which I believe could really impact our community. And we also, again, have to focus on the Main Street program. What my future needs right now are, I need a grant writer. Judy's correct. I could not support her any further. That grant writer or community development assistant would really offer a lot of help on my end, would pick up some things that I simply don't have time to do. With regards to the Main Street program, there is a requirement that once we apply, there has to be a full-time dedicated Main Street manager. And I've looked at the range. The range can be from about 50,000 to 120,000 as far as what the costs are for a manager. It's not cheap, but we need one if we're going to go ahead and apply. And then funds for marketing Smithville. In my interview late last year, one of the questions was asked, what do you think are the biggest issues facing Smithville? And I said, your biggest issue is infrastructure. And your second issue is no one knows you're here. And I have friends that are from here that could pass by. A good friend of mine that I know well, and I might have mentioned the story to you all before. He says, I'm passing by and all I see is the exits for your all's place, but I don't see a good sign that says, welcome to Smithville, until either I start to turn in and I can see it by the airport, but if I'm passing by, I don't see it. I said, okay, point taken. And the other piece is that I don't have money for, newspaper or an article in the newspaper, put in an ad on a national magazine. I need some of that funding to really let people know that we're out here. Those things cost money. They will increase our budget. In light of the fact that I need a grant writer, I need Main Street manager. What I'm proposing is to make certain that the things that we need are relevant and they're immediate. Not something I'm working on for the future. It has to be relevant to today. I'm making certain that anything that I offer, and I have a pretty sizable budget, and I've shown it to Cynthia, and she's looked at me like, none of this is going to get past anyone, but we can try. But I know that I got to at least get it out there. There's 4 more items that I do want to make note. In an email today I received regarding Resimplify. It is part of my budget that we pay for each year. Our agreement or contract comes up in October of this year. That would require us to renew. Resimplify, what they do is they offer us a courtesy to post our commercial properties online for anyone looking for commercial properties in our region. It's a good product. Lots of communities use it. The previous administration found that it was important. I could not have agreed more. It's a good product. We should continue to use it. I have spoken about it at the Five Points Board of Realtors. When I spoke about it, I spoke to the realtors and brokers, and I told them, if you have a piece of property, commercial property, you should send me that information, and I'll try to get it up on our website. A simple email is enough with a little bit of information so we can find who that realtor or broker is, and we can put that up on our website. Resimplify will actually do extra work to make sure that all of the information is accurate. Now, I do have 2 properties that are south of us that are not even in our ETJ, but they're in the most southern part of the county, and no one would actually even look in that direction. They are 2 pieces of commercial property. That one agent was at that Five Points meeting, and she said to me, would you mind putting it up on our website? And I said, of course, as long as it's commercial. She said, yes. It's not on our ETJ, it's not in our city limits, but it will affect us. That traffic that goes through us will actually hit them. That's why I went ahead and did it. And then I do, as part of the cultural district, I do want to note that next year we're celebrating our 200th anniversary of the Smithville founding. We were founded by Dr. Gasley in December of 1827. We were going to need some money for that project, and I'm going to try my best to find sponsorships to make sure that we can get that done without any additional budget money. But I know that it's going to be a really important piece to our community. It's a year-long celebration. We're hopeful that most, if not all, the money comes from sponsorships. But there is a chance I may come back to council at some point and ask for a little bit, but I'm going to do my best not to. I also want to make note, and this is the last thing. I spend a lot of my own money. I do. Brought my own chair to work, bought my own fan. I brought my own secured files, my own files. It's a big old metal with a big old metal cabinet with a lock. I brought my own lamps, office supplies. Most of my office supplies come out of my own pocket. I use my own gas money. I use my own vehicle to travel to every single meeting. I never charge back the city because I know the condition we're in. It's tight. I come from a part where I had access to everything. I got paid for everything. If I went down the block, they paid me for it. I do this because I actually enjoy this job and I enjoy the people of this community, and they mean a lot. If I didn't, I wouldn't make the drive of an hour every single day to come here. It's a wonderful place, and I want to continue to do this job. I'm going to ask you to look at my budget carefully. If you're going to cut some things, I hope that they're not the things that I really need that are very important to me, important to the community, and most importantly, important to our future. Any questions?
Well, what I'm thinking is, to me, I don't know about the rest of the council, but I have thought long and hard on a grant writer, and I just don't see how we can afford a full-time grant writer. So I would rather us maybe find $50,000 in the budget and we hire a contract part-time grant writer to move forward with. And there are several that I've got names for, and I'm going to reach out to some of them to see if they'll come. But I think 50,000 will get a part-time, like anywhere from 10 to 15 hours a week to come help us do what we need to do.
If we went with 60, I could probably get 20 hours a week out of that person for about a year. Right now, I've looked at 30,000. 30,000 really covers about 3 months at 20 hours a week. I'd have to get down to about 10 to 15. I don't know how effective they can be with 10 to 15 hours. I hope that we try it that way first. We do 10 to 15 hours with the smaller budget. And then maybe after 3 months, we identify whether or not it's enough. Is that person working enough? Do we get what we need? I would hope that we focus on the outcome versus what it's going to cost us. But I would argue that we probably need a little bit more for a contracted employee, but if that's all we can afford, then that's what we can afford.
Well, I've reached out to two and I've reached out to people that hire them, they have them in the industry, and 50,000 seems to be the average for 20 hours for a whole year for of the deal. So that's why I went with that number.
I know in a conversation we had, there's kind of a vision you had for community, I forget, like neighborhood groups and stuff like that.
Neighborhood associations, that's on the community development side. It's all going to be voluntary. The volunteers would have to come together on that. So neighborhood associations, they work. What they end up doing is they end up helping themselves. The neighborhoods actually start to police themselves. They start to protect their grounds, and they start helping each other. I've not done it once, but I've done it twice, and I've actually been the neighborhood association president of my neighborhood. And what we did is we came together to focus on something very simple. It was a crosswalk at a school. It was important to us. And so we focused on getting enough support for it. Well, then it started to snowball. It got actually bigger. And the city at the time, they created their neighborhood association president. And what they did is once a year, we got together and we went to a neighborhood summit, and we identified all the things that we did know about, what we could improve, how we could improve our neighborhoods. But what it did, it started to create some pride. And the funniest thing about that is that we went one year and they had a couple of neighborhoods had flags, like a banner. It was a big deal. And then the next year it was a couple more. And when we went the third year, you better believe we had a flag, because I did not want to get left out. But it started to become really important. And you started to see how people were really supporting each other. They really wanted to improve themselves. They were applying for grants. They were actually coming out and saying, hey, to city council, we need this road fixed. But they were coming in a way that it was real positive. Look, we're going to try to help you with that. And so neighborhood associations, I feel that could be a great benefit to your community, to our community, to anyone else that lives here. Anybody else?
I have a question about the marketing. When you talk about marketing, what does that look like? So my first line of thinking is we do have the chamber doing a lot of incredible marketing. Are we collaborating with them already? Or, what does this look like from your end that would be in addition to what's happening at the chamber or what we could do with the chamber?
It's more about commercial property, letting people know that we're open for business. We want to have you settle here, look at what we have available. And also, if you're a developer that's wanting to develop some attainable homes, they need to know about it. We should be able to advertise that. And there's multiple avenues in which we could go that way, but that's not what the chamber's about. The chamber's really about making sure people know that we have these events, and they also cater to the businesses, but they mostly sort of become our CVB, our Convention and Visitors Bureau. They take that role because we don't have one. And so they've elevated our exposure to the world as far as the things that we're doing. I'm really looking more about the properties that we have available, what we need identified. We've talked about homes again, but there's other needs that we have, things that the whole water resource, those things are going to be important. I need people to know that we have these things in place, that our infrastructure is improved. Those things are going to be important to actually recruit other companies. That help? That answer your question?
It does. And you had mentioned forgive me if I get this wrong, because there's something similar,
Resimplify.
Resimplify. So what is it that they're doing? Are they not a marketing tool?
Well,
commercial properties?
Sort of. So if we didn't have them, we'd have to create our own website. We'd have to pull all the listings in our area, and we would actually put them on our website. Then we'd have to manage that. What Resimplify does for $3,000 a year is they do all of that for us. And they actually reach out to the actual broker or agent to identify anything that there might be missing in in the listing. And it's not it's a free listing. We can't charge. It would be against TREC law. So we offer it as a free service to the community so that the outside world knows that these properties are available. So that's why Resimplify is a simple way to do it for us. I don't have the manpower to do it. And it's a lot harder for me to go out into the world and identify each one, bring it back in. And so we have missed some. That email that we received, we have missed some. There's no question. And I called them, told them, hey guys, I think you guys have missed some. We need to go back and scour the website, scour the web and identify what we've missed and then make sure that gets uploaded. They do it about once a quarter. Probably need to do it every month.
Thank you.
At dinner time.
Okay, so now then we're on discussion and possible action from the 26-27 budget presentation. I don't know about y'all, but I've heard, I know we are looking at an employee. I know we're looking at a 50,000 for grant writer. And if we go with whatever percentage we're going to go for a merit raise across the board, I think we're going to be looking at that $300,000 mark.
I mean, we also need to keep in mind that we're going to be getting Tractor Supply coming in, which is going to be a couple hundred. He just demonstrated 100,000 being removed from his budget.
Yeah.
To go for the VAR.
As I say, this is just the VAR right here. It can go back down because we're going to be at that August meeting to budget. That's just me.
I don't think I want to do that to the staff. I mean, we don't have a city manager right now, and if we're going to go to the VAR, then we know we're going to get pushback from the community, and we're going to negotiate back down. How many overnights they're going to do and everything like that to get it done. I'd rather set a reasonable number now that we all can stomach, and then just let them get that number and get the budget assigned to that number. And
okay, Cynthia, where do we sit with what we have talked about today? Because we have insurance and everything else. That's the biggest problem with me, how much that's going to come in extra.
Yeah, because I'll go through and do the expense side and get all that. Like I said, just need, one new hire. If you want me to do the grant writer at a contract person, I can put that in there if there's no, what other positions.
Well, we also have to think about if Sandy's going to come on as the airport manager, we have to think
Yeah,
about
and
that position.
he's currently in there as contract labor. Are you gonna leave him at contract labor, or is he coming on as an employee? Or
I thought the talk was to bring him on as an employee.
I think we'll have
that
to
not?
discuss that next. I don't know that we can talk about it in open session.
Okay.
I mean,
We
I'm
can
not
talk about it
disagreeing,
in
but
open, yeah.
yeah, I kind of just need a general direction. I'll come back at the first one. I know you're wanting to give me a rate. I still have to propose something on your tax rate. So are you trying to tell me I shouldn't propose the VAR? Because typically I would suggest
yeah,
people are going to hang me, but you do the VAR. It's only a proposed number. You have to agree. And when it comes down to it, I can go down. If you want me to run that's just on the proposed paperwork, because once you pick a number, I can't go above that number, whatever we propose. So that's one concept, but you can still direct me in the budget on the revenue side to not go all the way up to the VAR. You can tell me you want to stay where you want, and I can come in at that number. I still say propose your VAR just because that's as high as you can go, but tell me to, like you said, I don't want to go back and forth. Where do you want me to be?
no, I think that for
with
me,
the number? I'm not saying I can go to the VAR. I can't give you that number of what that revenue is today because I haven't calculated it yet.
Yeah, and I know like last year's numbers are not accurate in comparison, but I'm just kind
Yeah,
of
because your debt rates and
ballparking.
all
Yeah,
that changes. So, and
Yeah.
your debt is going to be what your debt's going to be. That there's no change in that number.
but I think for me, I mean, I'm comfortable making a publication saying that we're going potentially all the way up to the VAR,
Right.
but
And that's just a proposed paperwork. And if you want me to take the budget, when I come to you at the end of August, if you don't want me to go to the VAR, we can attend or do a balanced budget at whatever number you would feel comfortable with.
do you remember what the increase was like? It was a 2 or 3 cent increase last year.
It was 5.
We went 5 cent last
Yeah.
year over what the previous year was, because we went from 0.5
Yeah, it was 5 cents.
yeah,
Yeah.
0.5 something to 6.623. It was a 5 cent increase, and that was down from what the VAR.
So for y'all's understanding last year, that was a difference of $50,000 more over the NNR, no new revenue.
I would say that right now, my sentiments is you've done this many, many times, and my sentiments is to listen to what our financial officer says. And if she's explained it, going to the VAR does not mean we will propose this tonight to go to that so she can get the numbers. That does not mean that when we go to the budget the last time, before then, we will already know kind of where we're going to be. She's talking the end of August. She can come back to us on the August 10th meeting
So, yeah.
and give us a bunch of answers so we can direct her from that.
So when I present in August,
mean-
once I have more of your set expense numbers
Mhm.
and I kind of estimate where our revenue is, I will kind of know what do you need in the property tax? And I can try, if I don't need all the way to the VAR, I can keep it down to what we need. And we'll go through and be as efficient and save as much as we can. I mean, and that is the goal. That's what we're working towards right now.
Yes.
Like I said, several unknowns, but like I said, big thing where payroll, you want me to start it at 3% at the first one? You want me to do a 2% COLA? I'm working on insurance, trying to get those rates down as low as we can go.
And I
And
guess
that's something I can't, I know I can't come back to all of you before the budget meetings, but that'd be something internally
Mhm.
that we will discuss to see what we can
Yep.
get. And like I said, until I get those numbers back, I don't know. Hopefully they're next week for.
I guess that's where
it
like
just-
the thing that I'm trying to get at is there's a lot that
I just need to.
you can't get a decision on because it's hard to make a decision right now because we don't have a lot. But I also know that if we don't make a decision soon,
Well,
that you're going to be working a lot at the end of August,
well,
like you
yeah,
did last
and
year.
typically, I mean, if we get, of course, the mayor's the interim now. So typically I would go to city manager, we would sit down and discuss and, hey, where do you want to go? What direction and what is the best to present to y'all?
Yeah.
I mean, y'all leave here tonight. I don't have that. I can go to the mayor because she's.
I
What
guess
if
that's-
what if we aimed for a property tax revenue increase of 200,000? We can figure out what that cent comes close to. We know we're going to get more sales tax.
you know what?
Like,
I
I'm
know-
not disagreeing the VAR, like publishing. I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to say, we know that there's going to be a fight. And unless we want to have a meeting every week to be able to
I
guide them
don't.
through it,
Here's the deal with me when you talk about this is what Tractor Supply is going to come in at. If they get built by February, we're not going to have any tax roll money on our rolls that we collect until almost the end of April. We're not going to have that money in our pockets. So saying we're going to have this 100, that's not what we're going to have in this next year's budget. So I don't see saying we're going to have all of this money from the sales tax. No, we can't include that. because it doesn't come in. Am I right, Jennifer?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
it does not
actually-
come in
it-
and give
what-
us
That date keeps
anything.
moving
What
around.
you
Like,
get-
I recently heard it's now December that they're pushing for. So I mean, it's,
I don't-
That's still, even if they push it December, even if they started then, it still would
It's
be
it's
around
a
April.
2-month delay
Have their
from when they get it.
earnings
So
in
if they would
Yeah.
open their doors in January, what they give you that you would collect in January, you don't see till March.
Yeah.
So there's a 2-month lag in there of
I
when
mean-
they get it. So
I guess I'm just gonna be blunt,
I couldn't answer,
and I'm gonna say like
a whole year's worth of sales tax from.
like we were warned a couple days ago that we know what the state position or the state Republican Party is, and I understand we're nonpartisan. We know that our state rep is in that camp. He's going to be loud and vocal here. We know that we're going to have a lot of things coming forward to this council. There's going to be a lot of pressure. And I've seen, while I've been on council in the years prior, there's always this cave right at the last minute. And I was trying as hard as I could last year to not do that to the staff. And we ended up having the cave right at the last second. And if we can just come to a middle ground number ahead of time.
I think we can. The cave always comes at the September meeting. I think we get everything in by the August meeting and get it down to where you're talking about. I'm good for that. I'm just saying that right now, we don't want to limit our response, our process, get the VAR for her and then come back down to what we need. I have no problem with coming back down because you're right. It's going to be a fight. It always is. And it should be because the citizens deserve the best budget they can get and the best amount for the best amount of money. But we also have to understand that the city does not run if it doesn't have the money to function.
Absolutely.
So we have to be where we have to be. I still think the VAR for you tonight is where we need to be. What do you have? Any comments?
Still a baby, but I'm gonna trust you because you've got 22 years in this.
Well, and we'll all work together. Like I said, we're still, and hopefully we get somebody in here soon for city manager and we can.
I think that's something that we need to work
Makes it a little
towards.
bit harder for me because if I have a question and I don't, who do I ask? Where's my starting point tonight on the expense side? Or if heaven forbid our insurance doesn't come in great, we're going to go out there and get what we can. Somebody's going to have to make a decision. Do we keep the insurance? Do we keep all the benefits we have? I don't want to hurt. I'm not suggesting in any way we do that, but those are all difficult questions that one, I can't answer because I don't have firm numbers. And that's why I like to get the firm numbers
Mhm.
before. And I'll have that at the next meeting,
Yeah, and you're talking.
and I can say, this is where benefits are. If we keep everything the same, this is what it's going to cost us. You may come back and say, we can't afford that. We're going to have to adjust, and we adjust whatever we need to adjust. I don't want that to be all on me though, to make one decision. It's a team.
Would that be at the
Yeah.
August 10th city council meeting or would that have to be at the budget meeting in
Well,
August?
I'm going to have to choose some number for payroll by the August 10th meeting. And that's what I said. If you-
So from there, we could, if
So-
we tell you VAR here, from there, we could decide where we needed to go and how we
And-
needed to
and
do
I can
it.
come in, once I get my firm numbers, if you say 3% COLA, start there. I see where my benefits fall. When I get the firm numbers from them, and like I said, I'm hoping next week that I get that. And if we say we're keeping benefits all the same, I can then have that number. And then I can come back and tell you, add Edwards money for, tree trimming and all those things have to be put in. And I've got the property tax insurance bill. That's a $200,000 bill. I've got all that stuff in. I know what it's going to be. Those are set rates. I just need to plug them in departmentally so we know where they're at. Cause that's a firm number. They've done the re-rate. We've already gone through that process. That number's not going to change. So I can't change property, workers' comp, any of those numbers. Those are going to be set.
Do you want to, and I'll ask this of the whole council, do you want to include education for the council members? Like we had discussed before?
I agree to it on the NNR. But I mean, I'm kind of at a point where it's needed, but at the same time, I mean, if we're pinching pennies this much to ask for,
That's
what was it, 3,000 a person?
I'm gonna, no, I'm talking to send our two new councilmen to the newly elected, because I believe that is a necessary thing that teaches them a whole lot of things about their positions. That's two of them. I think there are other things that we could take, not go to the conference, but there are other ones. I was gonna say like 2,000 or 1,500 per person, bring it down to where we needed to be. And put that in there. That doesn't mean it has to stay. That just gives her something. to
Well,
do.
and like I said, I think that was already kind of in there. So usually the way I start is we took the wish list, but within reason. And I think one of the things was added was money for council. So I will go through all the expenses and put that in. And then I'll go through and put all the revenue in, and then I'll hit the, as Robert used to say, hit the button. And we see if expenses and revenue are equal, where we stand. Do we have more revenue? If I don't have enough revenue, then I need to go back through. And that's when we start looking at it. Yes, you tell me you want it, but then it comes down to a
Can we-
decision before the August 10th meeting. Where do I cut? So, okay, I can start with education for y'all, but if I don't have the funds, I can lower it.
Mhm.
You know, we can go through and we'll work with all the department heads for them to, what do they think they could live without to get us to match so that we could have a balanced budget. And I will attempt to stay the property tax rate to not get it to increase more than 200,000, wherever that tax rate is. I can't tell you, but I mean, if you tell me 200,000, I can say that's where I want, and then I can plug it and see where that falls. And I will attempt to stay in that and not go over that. And I can
think
do
if
that.
you speak to the department heads, because again, this is according to state law, this is not your responsibility. It just legally isn't. And so for you to go to the department heads and for you to like, hey, like, are we wanting to fill these positions or give the COLA? Like, I mean, at some point, y'all are gonna have to like,
That's why I kind of want a basic direction tonight, because
think-
we don't have,
I mean, if we were meeting every week, if
Yeah.
we had more numbers next week,
Yes,
I would
I know.
very much love to do that. And I would be willing to do that. But I think where I personally am trying to give guidance is maybe have a hierarchy of priorities
Right.
and maybe, have on a scale of 1 to 10 for everyone that's asking for an employee, how important is it for your department?
right.
And then also how important is it for each percentage of COLA increase? And so y'all can really come together and make a decision like,
Right.
I really like my department is going to fail if I don't hire another person versus overall sentiment is we need this percentage
And
increase.
that's typically what we do. We do,
Yeah.
like I said, we have a starting number that I start with, and then if it didn't balance, we would all work. The city manager would go to all the department heads, and it would be, okay, well, we're gonna have to drop this,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
X, Y, and Z.
And I think if
That's
you,
kind of what we'll.
if you make it metric based, it is all of you coming together to make this decision. And it's not just on you. It's not just on Chief Rupka. It's not just, I mean, on the acting city manager as well too. And it allows for it to just be able to, you come to a decision faster, easier, less emotional with, getting buy-in from different departments and feeling like you're getting messed over.
I think one of the things is we've talked about, because you heard me ask every one of them, is this your ask? So that's kind of where you kind of start with. And if they can't make that, if we cannot afford that ask, and let's face it, there may be ways we have to decide where we're going to cut. We can do that at the August 7th meeting. You
Yes.
can bring it, this is how much we're over, or this is how much we're under. Do you want to go more because you've got this? I don't think that's going to happen, but I still look at that way. So that kind of gives you a starting point because that's why I asked those questions of every department. I wanted to know where they were and which way, what they could live without and what they couldn't. Thank you, back there, Edward, for saying I could live with what we've got. I think that's important. That keeps us, okay, we're not increasing your department. You're still working with same budget you had last year. I also think this year, we should not have the legal bills that we had from last
Yeah.
year. So that's going to make a
can-
big deal. We have to curtail that.
Well, I know preliminary, working with Jeremy, it was double. So yeah, I would definitely recommend.
So I can change that number real
Heck, yes, definitely recommend that. But I also want to confirm, like, you're talking about August the 10th meeting.
Mhm.
That's our regular council meeting. We usually don't,
about the August.
August 20th.
Oh, she's talking.
Yes, so I just wanted to clarify, we're not going to have these numbers on the 10th.
You're going to have them on the 20th.
20th.
Do you want to have an item on the agenda if you need questions answered, even if it needs to be an executive decision, executive session? Or
Yeah, could you come to the early city council meeting with all the questions that you have and we could answer them at that time?
Yeah,
Budget, just a general.
just
budget.
budget general, because I'm hoping by the 10th, we'll hear back from our health insurance for the employees.
Mhm.
Because the initial quote rate increase was very steep.
Oh, I've talked to several different people, different
So-
cities, and they are all 50 to 60% more in some of them.
Ours was 38%
Yeah,
increase.
so it's
Which was
crazy.
better than, because she told me one was at 100% and she had another one at 75%.
Yeah.
We have gone through meetings and she is going out and getting bids and trying to work, whether we have to move companies, I mean, I hate changing because it's hard for us because our open enrollment will be at the end of August, first part of September. That's in the middle of budget season, so that's always fun. But we'll have to know, so by the August one, if my rates are still high, where do you want me to, I'll need some direction. And like I said, without a permanent interim city manager, I don't have that. So I can come with you
I think
at
it'd be a
the,
great time on the 10th to just discuss those kind of questions that it's like, I did not see this happening at
Yeah,
all.
yeah, and that's what I said. It's kind of hard for me because we used to have those internally and say, and like I said, it's unfortunate this year that last year the rates didn't come back that high. This year they are high. So she is marketing and trying to get us the best rates. And she's going across the board to see where we can go, or if she can talk to the company and talk them down. We've done all the things that, given them everything that we can give them to hopefully get it down.
Okay, so I think
Um,
one thing we need to talk put it on the agenda to talk. I'll ask that. I'll need a second from you, so we have a second. The other thing is to tell you that, you have the VAR to work with, but you want to stay within $200,000, and that's where she can work. But that gives her direction of this. If she has to, she can go back and forth.
And I think, as you get closer to like the 10th, I don't know if you would have it by then, but then the later meeting as well. It's like, okay, am I shooting way over or way under on
Well,
that?
by,
What do we
by the
do?
meeting on the 10th, I'll have the numbers. I'll be able, that worksheet that I usually give y'all every year, where I think you were looking at it'll have the VAR and I'll have the breakdown for you. And I believe that's what I present to y'all to tell you that's what I want my proposed rate to be. Like I said, y'all said the VAR, but you'll have to do it at that time. But you'll see that sheet and you'll be able to see where they are. Like I said, I just didn't have it for tonight. I just didn't have time to get it done. No, that would be on the 10th.
That will be on the 10th.
Yes.
So you'll
because-
have all of them to
So
present
the
then.
property tax number and that property tax worksheet,
Mhm.
you will see on the 10th. I can have that on the 10th.
Perfect.
So you'll know if I go to the VAR, how much that will get you, if I go to here or wherever. And at that time, then, and if you put it on the agenda, then if you're still good with the 200,000 or wherever you want, that'll help me that much more to prepare for the
Is
meeting on the 20th.
agenda item broad enough to talk about that as well too?
Yeah, I can make it.
Well, the proposed rates and all that?
No, as far as like being able to review, and I just want to make sure like really any budget question you
Oh,
come
yeah,
up for,
okay.
yeah.
So, and again, let's just think about this a minute. So we talk about the 200 and I'm good with that. I am. But say she gets to the budget and she's really at 230,000. That's still probably going to be way below what the other is. So if we give the VAR to her at that, then we can work towards that 200 and you can tell us, this is where I got, this is what I got you for. Even that's going to give us a good number.
Yeah.
I
And
think that's the way we need to do it.
it gives you a goal to aim
Yeah,
for.
right.
Yeah.
And it
Yes, I
allows,
know
or
where-
all of y'all to aim for.
So when she,
Trying to pull it off of you.
yeah.
Well, I mean, I just needed a start point. That's what I need. I need to know where to start. On the 20th, I'll come in, I'll get as close to the 200. If I'm over, I'm over. You can then tell me at that point what you want me to switch or to add and
Okay, so
in that.
I want to get this straight because I'm still a little confused by it a little bit because there's just too much of this, that, and the other. We come in at the next at the next meeting where you say you have to do the deal. We set that at the VAR, but you are going to work towards 200,000. And then when we come to the 20th meeting, we tell you that's what we want the budget to be. And where
Yeah,
we're gonna
that's
be.
when I'll present the budget and you can look at it. On the meeting on the 10th, you will get that Form 80, that 5080, whatever that number is, the property tax calculation worksheet. You're going to get my worksheet that estimates where I say, we have to propose. There's 3 or 4 forms that we have to give you, certified totals and all that we have to present to you. And then once we get that, that's when we go into, then I can use that to
Are
do
you
the
going to be able to drop off the yellow sheets? Not you particularly, but like we did last year, a few days prior,
in August, on the 20th?
before the 20th. I know last year we were actually given like hard copies and able to.
Yes, I mean, that's always
The book, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have a budget book. Yeah.
we've got the books and I've just got to get, I'm going to have to shut my door and not do anything else for the next,
From us.
I think
not tonight.
go with.
I got what I needed.
The
for
only thing I
tonight.
wanted to ask was, I know there seemed to be a lack of direction tonight. Do you feel like you have enough direction for the 20th as far as like what needs to be presented in the meeting and everything like that? Do you have any questions on that?
No, not right now. No.
Okay.
I think I'm good. And
So we're good?
Mhm.
That was the last item?
No, we need to go back to the text note.
Okay,
We
you
were
want to go back to
open number
tax note.
3.
Yep. So do you have those items listed, Jennifer?
Do you need specific numbers?
I can make a motion on it.
I don't need specific numbers. We're just gonna call it what it is and say it will be below a certain.
Yeah.
You gave us what?
Kid-
It was 1,500 for the court,
1,500 for court.
computers for.
Two
can do-
computers for, and those are probably about $2,000 a piece.
That's
I was gonna say well, I don't know what Edward had, but I know when we've had computers before from like Lewis and he does those laptops, they're like 1,500 by the time they get them all set up.
He wants a actual PC.
Oh, yeah,
I'm thinking they're about,
I don't know.
do we have to give monetary value or can we just say 2 computers?
we can tell you what they are later. I mean, yeah.
So Mayor
and
Pro
I-
Tem, I'll make a motion.
One
Yes.
question.
Yes, you may.
There is a little bit of unallocated money sitting in the 2023. I'm going to use that tax note if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because we need to clean that one out, clear that one out first. And that way I can leave the 25 sitting for
Sure.
other purposes. Because there's about a 20,000 or so that's not allocated after Ashley's roof and all those things. So there's about 20,000. So that would fit in, this number would fit into that. So I can use the 23.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem will make a motion.
Go ahead.
Make a motion that we approve up to $1,500 for equipment expenses for the municipal court and 1 desktop PC and 1 laptop for Edwards departments out of the 2023 tax note
And there's also the repairs at the rec center.
and the plumbing repairs at the rec center.
And
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I think there was,
Chief
Chief Repka is wanting to raise his hand.
Uh-oh,
Yes.
what's?
Yeah.
There was a line item in 2023 tax note for miscellaneous equipment, some AR-15s and stuff like that. I just got a bill in from Axon for our tasers, which we bought on a 5-year plan. So that payment's recurring. Somehow this last year, I don't know if it's because of the proof point deal. I never got an invoice. So now there's 2 invoices due from last year and this year now. It's like $8,000 a year. It was like a $50,000 bill over 5 years. So it's about 8,800. So I need to pay both of those. I just got that email yesterday. So need to get that caught up. It was a pre-planned, we approved this purchase a long time ago. I just need to pay that bill.
Okay, we have the money in the 23 tax note for that?
I can redo it because on these, didn't we,
It's for tasers.
like whenever we talked about your ERP, we actually just approved the full expenditure over the life of the agreement, right? Can't we do that?
full expenditure. You mean?
So like
the-
he has a
the
few more
software-
payments in the next couple of years, so.
Well,
so
we just took the 1 year because next year I'm gonna have to budget. I'm not budgeting it out of the tax note. I'm budgeted in the general and utility fund.
Can we word
For-
it though to where we can just approve all his current and future tax note expenditures for that?
Yeah, so you approved that expenditure for the original tax note. It's just that we didn't pay it all at one time to get interest, et cetera, et cetera. So we've been making the payments. 2 payments are due now. And they're like 8,800 a piece. The bill was total like 50-something thousand, but it was broke out over 5 years. So
Mayor Pro Tem, I will drop my motion and make another one.
You bet.
I make a motion that we approve up to $1,500 for equipment related to the municipal court, that we approve the plumbing repairs that were presented by Ms. Garrison for the rec center. That we approve 1 desktop PC and 1 laptop for Edwards Departments. Oh, they were both desktop now. Okay. Both desktops, no laptop. And that we authorize the 16,000 for the tasers. And that we will let Cynthia choose the most appropriate tax notes to pull those out of.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Councilman Washington,
Yes.
Councilman Dunham,
Yes.
Jenkins is a yes.
Yes.
Councilman Griffin, Councilman Tovar,
Yes.
unanimous. Okay, we are adjourned.